transition is sustainable, just and inclusive, placing people at the heart of our collective efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. This is made possible from the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, and we are very pleased with the Journal of Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Director General, for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Pak Kamran. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Very good morning. And best wishes to all of us here. Excellencies, Mr. Gurbus Gonul, Director of IRENA, His Excellency, Her Excellency, Bu Victoria Sidmin, Ambassador of Canada to ASEAN, Pak Sofyan Hanafi from Ministry of Village. I discussed what is actually in English. I think better to use the Ministry of Village on this part, and also to others. Welcome to the workshop. In particular, in transitioning remote and island communities to renewable energy. First of all, I would like to acknowledge and appreciate IRENA and of course the government of Canada, together with us, of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, for co-organizing these workshops and also for the continued support during Indonesia chairmanship to strengthen our energy cooperation within ASEAN. I think I will start with the condition that providing access by renewable energy, this is something that quite challenging to us. Even though there are a lot of opportunities on that part. So the first challenge for us, for Indonesia in particular, and also I think for other member states of ASEAN, since most of the countries also having more remote areas, remote island, is the first is of course in the form of providing the modern energy. Indonesia is quite also in the situation that if you ask the electrification ratio, we are more than 99% already, 99.6%. So from the total of the household in the country. But the rest of this 0.4%, it is located in very remote location. So I think this is the most difficult one so far. Every year we just increase something like 0.1% for the ratio of electricity. And I think it is happening also in other member states. We probably quite easy in terms of providing the access for the first 70 or 80% of the population, because most of them are located in the cities, in the location that relatively easy to be accessed, to bring the grid or to bring the facility. I went to some location already in Indonesia, in particular in Papua, spending 3 or 4 days in mountain, or spending 2 or 3 days in the small islands. That's the challenge for us. And by putting this, so thank you for Pak Gurbus, because it is another challenging also for us. So putting energy access directly by renewable energy. Of course, for some, so responding to Pak Gurbus mentioned, that if we do directly, bringing the renewable energy into the access, then I think it can also provide other benefits. It's not only the logistic, because most of renewable energy will be available, or it has to be available, or we will use the available renewable energy in that location, but also in terms of the sustainability. So we have provided such kind of the support coming from the government using the state of budget. So thank you, Pak Gurbus, also to remind us. So the sustainability is another issue. Yeah. So we have also later on to come up with the idea how then to operate this kind of the facility. Central government. But then to operate this facility, this is another challenge because the facility is quite small, bringing to the sustainable in terms of the economic aspect. This is also another challenge. Yeah. So I would like to bring on that aspect during the discussion of today. We have also supported by the Net Zero World. Actually, we have committed also during the Glasgow meeting almost 2 years ago in order to do the acceleration, yeah, together of the both of the access as well as also the renewable energy. So we are Indonesia in that very particular issue. We are now also doing the diesel conversion program, also known as de-dieselization program, which cover diesel conversion into renewables. The program consists of 50 to 100 units spreading all over 2,130 locations. So this is our first target within 3 or 4 years to convert this diesel power generation to be converted directly into renewable energy. So various synergies continue to be fought as an effort to achieve the energy mix target of 26% in 2025, as well as also the government commitment to net zero emission. I believe that the issue of just energy transition is also very important. And thank you, Pak Gurbus, for reminding us on that part. In the context of developing low carbon energy in Indonesia, both on a large scale and also on small scale in remote and off-grid areas. Of course, Indonesia also has the target to achieve 100% of all households is being electrified. And as I said, the challenge is getting more interesting in the field, yeah, on that part. So even now we come up with the idea, say for example, distributing the battery, because this is almost impossible to bring the grid. The location is quite few, located in the mountain, located in the very small island. So what we do is, of course, the government is trying to provide the access, but since quite difficult in terms of the operation and maintenance, so we distribute the equipment that almost free of the maintenance. Ibu Bapak sekalian, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia and ASEAN region have a unique opportunity to develop a sustainable energy system based on renewable energy resources. With the spirit of no one left behind in reaching ASEAN net zero emission, ASEAN countries should be carried out through strong cooperation and collaboration between ASEAN countries to massively increase the use of renewable energy, clean technology development, sustainable development of regional supply chains, and accelerate the transfer of technology, knowledge, and expertise among ASEAN countries. I just talked with the ambassador that this is ASEAN way. This is ASEAN way. What we do is we put the commitment in the beginning and then develop the monitoring and reporting mechanism for every year. Is not in the form of the is not in the form of showing one or some countries that outstanding in the achievement, or also embracing other countries. It's not. We are trying to do is to sharing and also collaborating in terms of the idea on that part. So thank you for ACE also for developing such kind of mechanism. So lastly, I hope today's workshop can be a good start on the way of strengthening energy cooperation among ASEAN member states on producing concrete deliverables that support ASEAN transitioning remote and island communities to renewable energy. Of course, the result of this workshop will also be reported through the SOME IRENA meeting. I think it is scheduled by tomorrow. So please enjoy the workshop and have a fruitful discussion. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Director General. Colleagues, as Guru was mentioned, Canada has been partner to ARENA on this platform, not just as a co-founder of the platform, but also as a knowledge partner, sharing a very insightful information on how Canada is transitioning the remote and indigenous communities in the country, especially through Natural Resource Canada. And in this context, we are very pleased to have the presence of Her Excellency Ms. Victoria Singh Min, Ambassador of Canada to ASEAN. Ms. Victoria, the floor is yours for the keynote.
Thank you very much. Is this on? Okay. Thank you very much. Selamat pagi. Very good morning to everyone here. Delighted to be here, and big thanks to my colleagues who are seated up with me, Dr. Dadan Kustiana, Director General, Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Gorbuz Gono, Director, Country Engagement Partnerships with ARENA, and of course, Pax Sofian Hanafi as well. Leaders, delegates to the 41st ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Energy, honored guests, like I said, really happy to be here this morning with you and have the opportunity to talk a little bit about how the Government of Canada is supporting remote communities as they transition to renewable energy. Of course, big thanks to ARENA for its continued collaboration with Natural Resources Canada on and its commitment to supporting the transition of rural, remote, and isolated communities to renewable energy. And I would also like to thank Indonesia as 2023 ASEAN Chair for including this event as part of the ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Energy. As the world works to reduce emissions in line with the Paris goals and the latest science, it's important to remember that providing clean and affordable energy to all is still a global challenge. As my colleague mentioned, I think at the outset, over 675 million people do not have access to electricity, and many of those individuals are residing in remote or rural regions, and they lack access to modern power systems. When it is available, people in these communities depend on fossil fuels for heat and power, which are often unreliable, expensive, and environmentally undesirable. Fossil fuels are also highly subject to price volatility that adds to the burdens of remote and rural communities as they are subjected to higher prices amid rising costs of living and economic uncertainty. Inclusion of remote and rural communities in ongoing global decarbonization efforts and meeting their energy needs is paramount to achieving the goals drawn out in SDG 7, ensure access to affordable, reliable, sustainable, and modern energy for all. And achieving sustainable clean energy for remote communities is a challenge for us at home in Canada as well. We have we've over 200 off-grid remote communities that depend on diesel for their energy needs, consuming about 680 million liters annually. The vast majority of this is for heat, unsurprisingly. We have a harsher climate in many parts of Canada, and many of these locations are where these communities are located. We're very much aware of the challenges that remote communities face as we work with them to accelerate the adoption of clean energy. The Government of Canada has committed to support the transition of remote and Indigenous communities in Canada from reliance on diesel-fueled power to renewable energy by 2030. In addition to deploying renewable energy systems, this support also includes building skills and capacity and ensuring some form of local ownership of projects. We want to be able to share our experiences and our knowledge of working with remote and indigenous communities to advance these goals. We also want to learn from others about the challenges and the successes of different communities around the world. So while we acknowledge that there is no one-size-fits-all solution, there are common factors and best practices that contribute to the successful deployment of renewable energy systems in remote communities. That's why in 2021, Canada was very pleased to launch with IRENA, the global platform for transitioning remote communities to renewable energy. And the aim of this initiative is to create a global platform to support the deployment of decentralized renewable energy technologies for remote and isolated communities through the sharing of knowledge and best practices to encourage the replication of successful examples. The very first deliverable of the initiative, a guidebook on deploying sustainable decentralized renewable energy projects, which I understand will be discussed shortly, is currently being finalized and will seek to highlight successful and replicable examples from around the world, including from Canada. We're also simultaneously coordinating efforts between the Commission for Environmental Cooperation and IRENA to develop case studies that highlight best practices from across North America. And this will be the first regional showcase of successful examples under the platform. As the urgency mounts to decarbonize our energy systems and provide clean and reliable energy access for those in need, cooperation, collaboration, and knowledge sharing are paramount to success. Colleagues, I'm especially pleased to see this cooperation taking place in partnership with ASEAN in this region. Canada and ASEAN have 46 years of history working together. In fact, we're in the midst of upgrading our relationship to that of strategic partners, bolstered by Canada's increased engagement and investment in this region under our Indo-Pacific strategy, which was launched at the end of last year. As part of Canada's Indo-Pacific strategy, we will collaborate with partners in the region to support a transition to clean energy. And in the case of Indonesia, I should mention that Canada is providing support to accelerate Indonesia's transition from fossil fuels to renewables through our participation in the International Partners Group of the Indonesia Just Energy Transition Partnership. As Canada's ambassador to ASEAN, I'm keen to develop more areas of cooperation towards our shared goals. Renewable energy is a great example of this, as it crosses between the community building objectives of both the ASEAN economic community and those of the ASEAN sociocultural community. Today, sustainable development is a core priority of ASEAN, and one that Canada is pleased to support through our SEED scholarship program, as well as our newly established ASEAN Canada Plan of Action Trust Fund. Canada is also seeking to negotiate an ambitious and comprehensive free trade agreement with ASEAN, which will provide a strong basis for sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Colleagues, in closing, please let me thank again IRENA for their excellent work with Natural Resources Canada and Indonesia as this year's ASEAN chair for giving us this opportunity today to share knowledge and ideas. I'm really pleased that we have this chance to show our support for ASEAN leadership and for the ASEAN senior officials meeting on energy in this way. And I look forward to hearing about everyone's experiences today as we continue to collaborate together and support remote communities in their energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Her Excellency. Colleagues, the next part of the event is about the series of presentations. But before moving to that part, I will request all the participants to come in the front for the group photo, and then we'll proceed for the next part. So if all of us could stand here for a group photo. the next part of the session, starting with a presentation from Arena on the guidebook work that we are doing. So I would request the participant to be seated, please. So just for the context, this guidebook work that we have been pursuing for almost a year now with support from Natural Resource Canada, the idea is to get the successful projects across different geographies and then analyzing those projects and come up with the guidance through a guidebook on what are the successful approaches, what are the projects which can be replicated and scaled up across different geographies. So if you move to the next slide. So before starting the case studies, I just want to explain what exactly we mean by remoteness. When we say transitioning remote communities, what are basically the definition of the remote communities? And then we can also discuss the transition as well as what is the potential to serve. But just moving to the remote communities, normally when we talk about the remoteness, we talk about with the lens of seeing the rural communities or the communities in the last mile. Of course, those communities make the big part of the remote communities, but there are also other communities which are often neglected in our planning, in our focus in terms of implementation on the ground. So when we say remote, those also include the geographical remoteness, like last mile or hard terrain, like mountains communities or island communities, but also communities like indigenous communities and tribal communities, as well as those communities like refugee settings or internally displaced people who may be close to the urban center but may not have a grid connection. So this is how we define remoteness as a part of our initiative. And then when we talk about the transition, so of course energy access again is the main pillar of that in terms of Gurbuz was mentioning about 675 million people without access. So of course providing a clean energy access is one goal. But also the other goal is about the reliability. So what we have found out that 675 million are the ones which don't have access. But even those who have an access, the reliability is an important factor. So our initiative also covers that part of thing to increase the reliability through renewable energy. And the third part is about the decarbonization. So okay, the decarbonization part is basically for not just remote communities, for other communities, but under the initiative, our plan is to basically phase out mainly the diesel or fossil fuel-based generation. So this is how we define the transition part. And then what's the potential to serve? Around 12% of the global population lives in mountains, around 3% in the small islands which are far off from the main islands, and then around 476 million indigenous people live, which accounts for around 6% of the world population, and then 89 million people are the internally displaced refugees. So these are the people we are targeting as a part of this initiative to transition. So moving to the next slide. Now, when we say the transition to renewable energy, our focus is on the decentralized renewable energy solution. And why decentralized? Because most of these remote communities are either geographically located at a location where a grid expansion may not be possible or may not be financially viable. And the reason is that first, it requires a lot of capital investment to expand the grid. Secondly, time, as well as it may not be valuable investment to expand the grid to reach those communities which may not be able to pay back the amount to make that investment viable. Also, we have analyzed that this again based on GIZ analysis that was done 2 years ago, and we have used the same approach methodology and extrapolated the data. And from this 675 million people unelectrified, our analysis shows that around 245 million people will get the grid access by 2030. For the remaining to get an access to achieve SDG 7, around 300 million has to be through solar home systems, and then 166 million has to be through mini-grid. So this is the off-grid renewable energy will play a key role if we have to achieve a universal energy access by 2030. Then a couple of examples, one from the region Vietnam and one from Africa. We have found that if the consumer in the urban center, if the grid expansion is needed, it costs almost half as compared to if the grid has to expand into the rural setting. So that's basically is our rationale to promote decentralized renewable energy solution as a part of this initiative. Next slide, please. So these are the 9 case studies that we have analyzed as a part of our guidebook. And there is a certain criteria that we have adopted. You can see that those case studies are quite uniformly geographically spread out. So we have tried to cover almost all the geographies, as well as both the developed and the developing part of the world. So again, this is a key point, but when we talk about the remote communities, the focus mostly remains with the developing world, which is quite right. But there are communities in the developed world, say in Canada, in UK, in Denmark, in Australia, which are relying on the diesel generators or other fossil fuel-based options. So the idea is to also target those communities and promote decarbonization through renewable energy solutions. So that's why we have selected Canada, and then the type of community that we have selected there is indigenous. Then we move to Scotland, UK, where an island far off from the main island has been selected. Then Mexico is again a scattered population with solar home systems. Then we have a refugee community analyzed in Ethiopia, rural communities in Ivory Coast and Liberia, then island community in Malaysia, mountain community in Nepal, and then SIDS in Vanuatu. And what other aspect that we have considered by selection of those case studies are the different institutional setup, delivery mechanism, as well as what is the fees for service, and all those aspects like a delivery mechanism and financial mechanism that I will explain in the next few slides are one of the criteria that we have adopted in terms of selection of those case studies. Also, what we have tried to do is to select the case studies which have a diverse set of renewable energy technologies. So solar PV still maintains like a highest share in terms of on these projects, but we have tried to cover mini-grid, solar home system, as well as hydro, or the combination of wind and solar in those case studies. And then we have also analyzed what are the funding partners and players involved in those case studies. So if you move to the next slide, please. So now there are like, out of 9 case studies, I have presented around 6. I will quickly go through the specs and delivery mechanisms, starting with Canada. So Canada, the old Crow community with the indigenous community, is powered through a solar PV system that the community owns. And the uniqueness that this case study has is that that power system has a power purchase agreement backed by the federal government to a utility ATCO. So ATCO is obligated to take the power, take the power from that PV system. And in return, ATCO pays back to the community, and the way they pay back is that they compare that how much diesel they have not used, as well as what are the maintenance costs they have waived off because of the solar, and they pay back that money back to the community that is used for the socio-economic welfare of the community. Also, one important factor here to note is that the ownership lies with the community, and the operation is going on since 2016. So this is a typical model in a developed world where the diesel fuel has been phased out to PV system. This PV system is not 100% energy provider in that community, but covers like a part of it, but still is basically a step towards the transition of that community. Now moving to the rural setting, let's say in case of Ivory Coast, there are like 7 villages with separate mini-grid for each village. And the way they have set up their institutional structure is that each village has a technician association that take care of the operation and maintenance. And then they have a federation that supervises the whole 7 technical associations, as well as the accounts and the supply chain or warehousing of those mini-grids. Again, a collaborative effort in terms of a delivery mechanism, but the way they have been doing is that the federation takes charge of all the operation and maintenance, also increase the capacity building, maintain one warehousing for spares, also maintains the accounts, and the technical association at each village level does the basic maintenance. The project was financed through grants, through EU JEF fund, as well as through NGO, and the 30.5% of the equity has come from the users. And the project has been successfully ongoing since 2012. Next slide, please. Now, moving to Liberia, they have this delivery mechanism, what they call like electric cooperative, which again is a community-owned cooperative they have built, and it's the first micro utility in Liberia. So that their PV system they have with battery storage, they again operate it as a cooperative in terms of utility. They're in charge for providing connection. They're in charge for maintaining the grid network, as well as they're also in charge for collecting the revenue. And the revenue is then used for operation and maintenance, as well as for the working capital. And that is important because the revenue needs to be sufficient enough for the replacement of the batteries, replacement of the spares throughout the life of the solar PV. Again, the financing came through the INGO and RECA International, and the OM is covered through the meter tariffs. This project again is ongoing since 2018. Now, moving to Nepal, where there's a mountain community, the project was installed through funding from UNDP, and the project management was done by Alternate Energy Promotion Center, Nepal. But the way it was implemented is that the private developer Gham Power has installed the project, and the community owns the project, but they have an agreement with the private firm for the maintenance of the project in case the severe maintenance is needed. One uniqueness about that project is that the revenue that is collected from the from fee for service or fee for energy is used as a microcredit facility for the same community that they can use for the productive use, for commercial activity. So in turn, what is happening is that the revenue that is coming through a whole community is then dedicated through concessional loans to the community that they can use for the commercial purposes in case of uplifting their economic standing. Next slide, please. Okay, now Mexico is a case of a solar home system where there is a community that is living in poverty, need the energy only for basic need like tier 1, tier 2, like for lighting, fan, or radio. And the way it is done is that they have created what they call a PV electrification committee. And again, the unique feature of that is that 33% of the PEC is represented by women. And PEC basically select the users get the solar system. The users are trained to install and operate the system, and then they will also have to pay the fee for the utility for fee for service. So in this way, the systems are funded through grants, but the way they have done is that those users, since they're living in poverty, they can get a concessional loan from a crowdfunding platform for first year of the use of the system. This is basically to make them economically viable enough in a 1 year's time so that they can start paying on their own. So the first year is more of like a subsidized time, and they gotta get an incentive or subsidy to pay those fee for service for the first year. This project has also been going on for some time, since 2012. And then moving to the island context where there's a hybrid of pico hydro and solar system. So solar there is more of like a support when there's a more demand or the hydro potential is low. The solar basically comes in as a supplementary source, but the pico hydro is the main source for the island community, done through an investment from the government and then regulated through a regulatory for the tariff. In terms of a delivery mechanism, they have a hydro committee that takes the charge of the operation and maintenance. So in all of those case studies, one factor that is common is that the community ownership and engagement lies with all the projects, and this is important. And this is what my colleague Chitra will also explain in the next few slides, is that the community engagement part is critical for the sustainability of these projects. So community needs to be engaged all the way from the inception, from design, installation, operation, and maintenance. And the institutional setup should also have, if not all of them, but their representation in it, so that the system keeps running and becomes a sustainable in a more realistic way. If we move to the next slide. So these are some of the roles that we have found out that the different stakeholders play or should play, starting with the government. So our idea is that the government should implement those projects as like a comprehensive country program or country plan for remote communities. So it should not be like one-time install and forget approach, but more of like a comprehensive remote community transition country program. This is what ARENA is also pushing, to support its member states to develop a country program for this transition. The second is about the support in regulation, like a light-handed regulation to support private sector investment. So in the previous case studies, one other feature that is common is that most of the CapEx has come through grants, which means that the working capital and operation and maintenance are still covered through fee for service or fee for energy, but the capex is coming through grants. So the private sector involvement at this stage is only at the level of a contract or services or development, but not like in the terms of investment. So there needs to be a regulation that supports the private sector investment, and that could be done initially through incentive or targeted subsidy or viability gap fund. Now from the private sector point of view, so far they are playing a role as a developer, they are playing a role as a contractor of services for the maintenance. But what we have also seen in Indonesia in the region is that the private sector is also coming as through the contribution through their CSR for the capex of the projects. And also, there's also a room for local entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs to to step up for the transition of those communities. How can international partners, development partners like ARENA can come in? I mean, some of the financial partners can come in through support in the form of grants or concessional loan. And again, this is again something that Globus mentioned in the opening remarks. ARENA, with support from the Government of Canada and other partners, they are discussing to establish a financing facility that is still at a discussion level. But the idea is to create a concessional finance facility that can support the transition. The second step is that in-kind support through technical assistance and capacity building. Again, that is like a big part of our scope as an international agency to support the member states and communities. And then third is more on the data collection analysis part. And the fourth is like convening discussion and providing platform for exchange of information. And for that, we are here today. And the last part is about the community. And so the community engagement is also important, as I was mentioning. So they should have a willingness to accept and pay. The second is that they need to be involved, as I said, at each step of the project, inception to design, development, and installation, and operation and maintenance. And they should take the responsibility and ownership of that project for the management and operation. And then also they might come in. I mean, there are instances when the community has contributed to the cost in the form of providing land or providing in-kind labor. And the last part that is extremely important also for the sustainability and also to go beyond tier 2 level of electricity provision is to use energy for productive use, and which is critical because then it creates a revenue, it creates a commercial activity that increase the uplift of the community as well as their power to purchase power for the productive use of energy. So if we move to the next slide. So these are some of the building blocks. I now hand over to my colleague Chitra. She is joining us remotely. So Chitra has also worked with us extensively on this project, especially on those focus group discussion and key information interviews that we conducted, and she can share more on the building blocks as well as the key drivers for sustainability of those projects. So Chitra, over to you.
Thank you, Kamran, and happy to be, sharing what we learned in putting this guidebook together. I'm going to take up from this slide, basically a common pattern that we see, in terms of reaching to the remote. It, in many ways, is similar to an off-grid project, but there are those nuances that need to be added when we're looking at remote communities. These projects, as also some of the respondents from the field said, cannot be a one-off project. It needs to be in line with the rural electrification plan or, as part of a strategy, overall government strategy when it is designed and, commissioned. We also look at the regulatory aspects. In several of these 9 case studies, we've seen how regulation has played its part. It's primarily a guidance in setting what could be the threshold rates for the end user, or in some ways, as in Canada, it is mandated that the local, the provincial utility buy RE power from such tail-end producers. So that in turn actually incentivizes in putting these projects together. The choice of the RET, while certainly based on, what is the local potential of the RE resource, also strongly depends upon how viable and easy it is, to build or, install these systems at a very remote place. It's also about spares. It's also about what is the local skill set and how much of it can be really built locally and the other serviced from a remote area. Like Kamran said, interestingly, in the 9 case studies, 6 of them were solar PV. And in questioning why, basically said, it's a more scalable, modular kind of provision, but also in terms of transporting it. But that doesn't mean to say we've also seen in the Isle of Egg where they've tapped what we call the hybrid renewable energy systems. There is the offshore wind, there is solar, and there is also micro hydro. Or in Vanuatu, what they've done is they've started off with offshore wind as the RET, and then in a subsequent, upscaling or, building scale. So other commercial loads can be serviced, they put in solar PV. So these are different kinds of approaches that you take that over time you can scale, but introduce RETs. Along with it comes in terms of, making these systems financially viable, that we also optimize and use them to the best, at the capacity utilization. And optimizing load plays a big role where you have load management, and that takes as much technology as it takes in skilling the local people, the end users, and saying how they use and what they use. So there are different package plans. There are, uh, uh, in some cases where they have an upper limit to the number of units that a household can use or a commercial load can use, as in the Isle of Egg. Or in the case, we'll subsequently be listening to the Malaysian model, where they have, typical loads, daily or monthly units that a household can consume. So it pretty much allows them for even a tier two services, tier two plus services, where going beyond lighting and phone charging, they're able to use some, household appliances or for artisans, whatever is a productive use. Um, we then talk about data-driven decisions. Absolutely. We have to very clearly understand what is the current demand profile, be it, very basic, be it, in terms of using some level of, household appliances, how much of commercial loads are we going to, power, and we cannot leave behind what are community and essential services, be it, lighting a school, health facilities, or just pumping for potable drinking water. So these, of course, there are several tools. We're also going to be listening about some, these kind of digital tools through Comet, where community engagement helps them understand what is really, demands, and, how do they respond to it? What does it mean subsequently when they want more loads to be powered? What are aspirational loads? What also can be allowed with scaling up? And there is no, re-stressing how much community involvement is very, very essential, all the more in remote communities. In the guidebook, we have brought out how in the 9 case studies, and also when I discussed with, private providers, how they completely engage with the community right from the beginning. The buy-in is very essential, where communities don't put in an equity, which also is minuscule, but they certainly contribute in terms of, renting their land, and in the very remote, providing that kind of labor and service to build systems, be it a micro hydro or in the installation of the solar PV systems. So these typically follow a pattern that we've gauged, and through the FGDs that I had with private providers, spoke to utilities, and also platforms like, the HydroNet. Um, and here again, it is where we've seen small scale supplies, tier two plus, and very basic supplies, say for commercial entities like lighting, um, uh, or, running very small DC loads, in terms of servicing the remote. But as we go to the next slide, what's important to see is it's important to scale, and scale it with speed. And what happens right now is, when it is budgeted through, say, a country program or a donor-driven program, their constraints lie in having to, expand it to so many more communities, and in building, more projects with, the budget limitations. But what we want to say is, there are aspirational loads. There are loads where we have to introduce, productive uses for the community, which in turn creates, revenue earning opportunities for them. And then they can scale and find it more affordable to pay for the electrical service that they bring in. And so comes the dialogue about bringing in the private sector. And what does that mean? We've looked at some work done by impact investors, who find that here, which otherwise is considered a very latent market, or in order to invest is, with a perception of high risk, where they've tried in providing what they call the hardest to reach, very remote communities, they feel equity instruments, if originally, started off with, then helps to bring those kind of private providers who have a fairly sound financial background, a governance structure, and then they are able to, provide those kind of services, which then prove their delivery models in such remote cases. We, time and again, I hear this from the private providers, is that rather than just supplying electricity, they bring in the value added service. I just want to bring in two very interesting ones where one of them based in India is fully catering only to tribal communities. And while they start off with very, very basic loads, scaling up of them, these models just from the plain vanilla model doesn't really work. So the private provider handholds them right from the beginning, where it is to do with agro processing in terms of introducing mustard seeds that they can grow beyond their sustenance farming, and then take it up to, helping them with cold pressing these mustard seeds for oil, and then bringing in a women's enterprise who can, package and sell it as, organic, healthy mustard oil in the markets. And in handholding them through the entire scale of what it takes, the enterprises and the women involved in this whole farming and product selling have found revenue earning, and they've been also from as a mini grid operator help themselves to increase the scale and the capacities of the mini grid service. Then, as Kamran said, we in trying to transition from what is really taken to and seen to be pure aid, all 9 case studies were very, very heavily reliant on, grants as far as the capex, and in even bringing together the community involvement and getting it installed and commissioned. The fee for service also provides only that much in, paying for the payrolls of the technicians and doing small spares. But when it comes to big maintenance in any form of RET, they once again had to depend on funds and donations. So here in blended financing, we're also, as he said, looking into what can be CSR or philanthropy money that can come in as grants, technical assistance, skill building that can come through donor programs, but also equity from the community, by helping them with concessional loans. One is what they call the patient's capital that comes from impact investing. And this patience looks at it from a very different dividend, the social dividend, what we help the communities gain socially, and not just in monetary returns for the investor. We also look at a very unique one called the PREX, the Peace REC certificates, which is one form of international REC certificates where issued for projects that they've taken up in conflict and fragile regions, or, as we've seen also in these refugee communities, providing for them, and what are, those kind of benefits in addition to environmental benefits that these REC certificates really stand for or are attributed to. What also is the thrust is from sectoral policies, where the government has policies very, very focused on, enhancing, empowering, bringing those livelihoods to these very poor and remote communities, or in saying that essential services for them is a must, mandated, health facilities, educational facilities. Then there is that much of an attraction for the private sector to come in, where they're not just catering to, basic loads, but are also looking at anchor loads, which gives them, commercial tariffs and makes it more profitable for them. So these and all is where we are looking at way forward in taking it with scale and with speed. And Irina, in terms of, coming in with country assessments, will look at, what are these pathways that can help the country in, doing it so. So really in reaching the last mile, we take them first and we give them as much priority in giving them the universal, electricity access. Thanks, and we're happy to take questions, Kamran and me, time pertaining. Over to you, Kamran.
Thank you so much, Chitra. As Chitra said, take it as not as a last mile, but first mile. move to the next slide that has basic details about if someone has any questions or want to be a part of the global platform, they can reach out to us. If you can put the next slide, please. Yes. So please write to us on eaccess@arena.org, both to become a part of that platform in terms of sharing information, knowledge, or in case if you have any question. Just cognizant of the time, I have to rush to the next presentation, but we can, if any participant has question, we can take up during the tea break, or as I said, you can also reach out to us on email. So the next presentation we have is from Mindanao Development Authority, Philippines. We are very pleased to have Mr. Romeo Montenegro, Deputy Executive Director, Mindanao Development Authority, Philippines, with us. He will share his presentation himself, so I request the colleagues if they can now remove the slide deck.
Thank you very much, Comrade.
Go ahead, Mr. Romeo. Thank you. No, not this.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to tell the story of initial steps being undertaken by the Mindanao Development Authority here in the Philippines in terms of transitioning many of our off-grid and island communities move towards renewable energy. A challenging task, but nonetheless, we are seeing encouraging results of the initial efforts being carried out so far. And this enabled us to move forward to pursuing broader targets in the overall context of the Mindanao energy transition. But first, let me just provide you the context of Mindanao. We may not be as familiar as many other areas probably already cited. We are the Philippines' second largest island, but we are that part of the Philippines that is much closest to any ASEAN country. That's why our planning direction and the way we frame our economic corridors in Mindanao are much aligned and in parallel and in complementation with the economic corridors that we are pursuing under a mini ASEAN setup called Brunei Darussalam Indonesia Malaysia Philippines East ASEAN Growth Area, or BIMP-YAGA. And for the last over 27 or 28 years, this has allowed us to pursue closer collaboration with the focus areas of the three other countries in this sub-region. Now, Mindanao is essentially making up 1/3 of the Philippine population. We are a strong population of 26 million spread across 6 regions in Mindanao. And in terms of that size, just to put it in context, our population in Mindanao is as big as the entire population of Australia. We are twice bigger than Portugal and Hungary. We are half the size of the population of South Korea and 5 times the population of Singapore. That's why we put emphasis in terms of impact to our population, to any development intervention we put forward, especially in the context of ensuring full energization all across Mindanao. Because we have learned tough lessons, especially on account of the pandemic, but nonetheless has given rise to our being resilient, especially on the back of our strong showing in the agriculture sector. And so when the Philippine economy rebounded in 21 with 5.7 GRDP, Mindanao posted a much faster growth rate at 6.1%. And in fact, while we have seen a deep dive of the services and industry sectors, the agriculture sector in Mindanao delivered us a ray of hope in terms of realizing a faster economic recovery. Hence, we had been putting forward to our national government the need to invest in Mindanao's opportunity for agriculture and being the country's food basket, considering our strong performance in the last several decades in the agriculture sector, making Mindanao able to put the Philippines on the global export map particularly on a number of top high-value products spread across several areas and several markets. So I'm just highlighting the importance of agriculture vis-a-vis the economic makeup of Mindanao. Because later on in the succeeding slides, I'd like to build the premise why agriculture and energy need to go together moving forward in Mindanao. Now, let's see the Mindanao power situation and the power sector. Our electricity in Mindanao is being served not just by one entity nor by the government, distributed by all about 39 electric cooperatives in Mindanao. Electric cooperatives that are on varying scales and sizes, as well as on varying financial capacities. Some are going through financial challenges and therefore unable to deliver quality services, especially in off-grid and in remote and isolated areas in Mindanao. And that therefore pull down our energization picture, with Mindanao only having around over 80% of energization rate versus national average of 95%. And if we go down to the islands of Mindanao, the island provinces and the western part, it is only having around 50% electrification rate. Therefore, the main focus of our attention in terms of electrification and energization. But nonetheless, let's again embrace some very important realities that shape up Mindanao's power situation in the last decade. Over a decade ago, Mindanao is the Philippines' showcase of renewable energy. We are accounting about 70% of renewable energy in our energy mix in Mindanao, with the presence of our large hydropower plants, geothermal, and biomass power plants, including a solar plant in Mindanao that was the first ever built in the Philippines back in over 10 years ago. However, the rapid economic growth of Mindanao and the expansion of industries necessitated additional capacity. And fortunately, what came into Mindanao were mostly fossil technology. And that's about 2,200 megawatts of coal-fired capacity added to Mindanao grid in the last 8 years alone. Therefore, completely resulting to a reversal of our energy mix from RE-dominated to now fossil-dominated. And so at the growth of 4 to 7% annually in terms of power demand in Mindanao, we are looking at 3,000 megawatts needed for Mindanao by 2030 and around 10,000 megawatts needed by 2040. And this is where, therefore, we are putting forward very aggressive push in terms of policy, in terms of incentives, in terms of facilitation to allow for energy transition in Mindanao. So if we're looking at this additional capacity needed to be added to our grid and to power also island communities and remote areas, we are proactive, aggressive, and purposive in terms of promoting renewable energy as sources of these capacities. In terms of policy direction and development direction, these are aligned under our target of 50-50 by 2030, where we are pursuing 100% electrification with a 50% diversity of diversified capacity with 50-50 RE fossil mix in the next coming years. And also targeting that we should be able to bring back dominance of renewable energy across our grid with our target of regreening the grid in Mindanao by 2030. But putting forward equal attention and strong focus in terms of addressing the requirements of our island areas. Areas that are not able to enjoy the excess capacity that we have in the mainland, in areas that for several decades have not been able to in fact enjoy the benefits of an electricity. And therefore, moving forward, these are the focus of our very specific trajectory of interventions supported by the national government and in partnership with several donor partners or development partners in looking at pursuing very specific energization projects using various available technology in what we called geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas in Mindanao. And this is essentially forming part of our way forward along our direction of pursuing Mindanao's energy transition. And it all starts with creating an enabling framework. Um, every energy project is to be treated as a whole of government approach and a whole of nation approach. There is a single entity, whether government or private, that has the exclusive mandate and role to perform such very important objective. It has to be an interplay of critical key government agencies and regulatory bodies to support private sector entry into our energy development in Mindanao. We are also putting forward very strong advocacy by establishing a Mindanao Renewable Energy Acceleration and Board to be able to strengthen our policy advocacy and our investment promotion efforts for us energy development, and leveraging on our one-stop facilitation to handhold every applicant and every proponent of renewable energy go through the tedious process of regulatory hurdles, but also in terms of bridging these proponents to the communities, to the local government unit, to be able to achieve a much more effective collaboration and coordination at the local level. So far, for the grid level capacities that are now pending across several areas in Mindanao, we are tracking the progress of around 400 megawatts committed projects. Projects that have already had financial close, but are pending in several agencies or ministries of the government. We are also keeping tab of around 1,000 megawatts indicative RE projects in Mindanao. Projects that do not have financial closing yet, but have shown viability of being pursued in specific areas on specific technologies where these are viable. And since our electricity are being delivered to the households, to the communities by electric cooperatives, we're also making an effort to strengthen the capacities of our electric cooperatives, because these are not private entities. These are quasi-government. These operate on the principle of non-profit, and therefore these are entities that need the strong support across key agencies of the government to ensure effective delivery of electrification in their areas. We are very much encouraged that in the last recent years, the Philippine government had been able to put forward quite a number of policies that make it attractive this time around for entry of renewable energy compared to the situation we had 10 years ago. Therefore, moving forward, this is our leverage to be able to track more investments across several areas in Mindanao, including the off-grid and island communities, in terms of having not just domestic but even foreign-funded projects deliver such very important energization activities. And we are also very much relating every single project on RE to the overall framework of water, energy, food nexus. And this is our guiding light in terms of making sure that every energy project of whatever scale in a community is directly linked to the water and directly linked to the value adding of agriculture products, and looking at the impact as well of such project to the continuing productivity of this agricultural commodity in the areas. So we are putting sense to the interdependencies and the inextricable link of water, energy, and food nexus as we put forward such approach of energization in the island and conflict areas. And this is very much supported by the espoused policy of our president, who had put renewable energy on top of the Philippine climate agenda. And that, therefore, on account of such major push, we are putting forward some of business cases, small projects that have already been completed, that we are now making it as a model, as a reference to several other areas in Mindanao, among which include solar-powered irrigation. Mindanao still accounts for the largest area in the Philippines that are not irrigated. And several of our irrigated areas are run by diesel-powered irrigation systems. Our target is to replace those diesel-powered irrigation systems with solar-powered irrigation facilities. Another business case that we have completed is targeting the farthest, the remotest part of the Philippines in terms of a energy that is tied up to agriculture value chain. And this is what we called in this southernmost tip of the Philippines, which is already 2 hours away Malaysia and 13, 14 hours away to mainland Mindanao, but nonetheless it is part of the Philippines and therefore deserves the much needed focus and attention in terms of energization. So we've been successful with funding support from European Union in building this business case in terms of setting up a 1 megawatt and a 600 kilowatt solar facility hybridized with battery to be able to deliver 27 24/7 electricity in these remotest islands, not only for electrification for households, but energy to power the value adding of seaweed. As I have cited in earlier slides, Philippines is third in the world in terms of seaweed exports. And these areas in Tawi-Tawi that do not have electricity in the past account for nearly half of the Philippine output of seaweed. Our objective is that by delivering this electricity, we are putting forward the value adding and the processing of seaweeds. The same business cases that are now ongoing across 10 sites in Mindanao, particularly in the more popular approach now of pursuing productive uses of renewable energy. Solar-powered ice plant in areas where a block of ice is more expensive than a kilo of fish. Solar-powered coffee miller, solar-powered corn miller in specific off-grid locations that cannot be reached by the electric cooperative, but areas that are highly productive in terms of agriculture output, but needing the value adding and the value processing. And exactly this is the kind of business cases that we wanted replicated and scaled up in several other areas in Mindanao. Moving on, another very important development in our pursuit towards energizing island areas in Mindanao is of course tied up to our framework on blue economy, where we are exploring with the support of the Asian Development Bank opportunities and possibilities for blue energy projects in several areas in Mindanao. Mindanao has the potential to be able to tap into blue energy projects such as ocean and tidal energy, floating solar and the likes. And that's why the support that we are deriving from ADB on this will be able to provide us later on business cases that can be presented to investors and several other funders for such opportunities in specific island areas in Mindanao. We have sort of started some of the preliminary partnerships on this with some private sector entities that are now helping us assess possible areas of projects harnessing the strength of blue energy across certain areas in Mindanao. And these are some of the resource assessment being undertaken right now in Mindanao to be able to identify later on such potentials. And we are also leveraging on our being part of an interagency body called the Green Force, led by our Ministry of Finance, that allow us to tap into Green Climate Fund, Climate Adaptation Fund, and several other international finance to support our energy transition activities. Now, for the key takeaways, this is a summary that what I hope it can be highlighted in our discussion this morning. The last recent years in Mindanao had allowed us to see major policies that shifted the viability of renewable energy to a more favorable direction. And today is the specific moment in time when we cross over the threshold of business as usual and where newer technologies are now made possible to usher our economic growth towards sustainable future. And so some key takeaways, what we have learned so far and therefore are guiding us moving forward in our efforts here in Mindanao. Of course, the need to harness such renewable energy potentials in specific locations because many of the RE technologies are site specific and therefore they have to be attuned to the peculiarities of specific location to be able to determine their economic viability. And Mindanao, with its extended coastline and high tidal ranges, holds immense potential as well for harnessing, for instance, ocean energy. Second takeaway is upscaling the early stages of development in these new technologies in Mindanao. The current projects definitely are limited, and there is a need to upscale the application with the research and development in partnership with the academe and several sectors to meet such renewable energy targets. Third takeaway is addressing technology challenges. Um, while technologies are already very much had been proven in many other parts of the world, some of these are still very preliminary and nascent um, if applied to the conditions of Mindanao. That's why, apart from the default technologies in RE, such as hydro, biomass, geothermal, solar, for instance, we'd like to look at also entertaining the idea of the newer technologies where applicable in specific locations. And fourth is breaking the barrier, of course, which is the high capital costs for many of these technologies. But public investment, public funding, and international finance support should be able to provide a bridge in innovative financing to be able to attract private sector entry to these activities in Mindanao. Fifth is adhering to regulatory environment. The power sector, the energy sector in the Philippines is still very much policy driven. That's why there is a need for clear and supportive policies across key ministries of the government to facilitate utilization of such technologies. Six is pursuing local community engagement. There has to be a clear interaction, participation with the local communities, especially in the island and off-grid areas. Do they want such technology in the first place? Do they want their areas to be developed? And therefore, how are they being part of the entire process? And how are they being empowered once these projects are being developed in the areas for them to be able to enjoy energization and electricity? It has to be an holistic approach. Seventh is integrating capacity building and development. There has to be sustainability of these efforts. There has to be scalability and investability to be able to attract more private sector investments and participation to spread such project across several other areas. Last key takeaway is leveraging on regional cooperation and collaboration. And we are glad to have been given this opportunity to be part of this side senior officials meeting on energy in ASEAN, because this is exactly how Mindanao is framing its development direction, particularly across Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN growth area. And our regional cooperation within ASEAN and PMPIAGA allows us to share knowledge, best practices, and technologies for such technology. And this can fast track our learning curve and bring economies of scale. So in conclusion, the path to energy transition definitely presents several challenges, but definitely with the right mix of supportive policies, funding, technology, community engagement, we could become here in Mindanao a leading light in the Philippines in terms of energy transition. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you so much, Mr. Romeo, and thanks for sharing the insight from the Mindanao Island. The next presentation we have is from Sarawak Alternative Rural Electrification Scheme. We have Mr. Christopher Ajain. Christopher, we are also very grateful to you for sharing your insight as a part of our case studies or guidebook work that ARENA is doing. Christopher will share, please share the presentation that Christopher shared.
Yep, okay. Let me share the screen first. Okay. Okay, thank you, Kamran. Okay, I'll proceed with my presentation. Thank you to the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Republic of Indonesia, for your kind invitation. Also, my thanks to the government of Canada and ARENA for making this workshop possible. Selamat siang, Bapak-bapak, Ibu-ibu, dan para hadirin sekalian. Nama saya Christopher Wesley Ajan daripada Sarawak, Malaysia. So I have been in the renewable energy sector for the past 10 years, specifically in providing energy access to the remote community in Sarawak, Malaysia. Today, I'll try my best to share some information about my experience and in Sarawak in providing the energy access to the rural and remote community. Okay, as a customary, just a quick introduction to my workplace. The photo below the building is where I'm currently at. Sarawak Energy is a vertically integrated energy development company and a power utility company, and we are Malaysia's largest renewable energy developer. So in terms of our generation mix, you can see that we are 60% hydroelectric, 22% gas, 17% coal, and 1% others. I guess you can assume the others are diesel as well as some solar energy. So Sarawak Energy has been in existence for almost 100, already 100 years. Last year we celebrated our 100-year anniversary. And a quick note here, currently Sarawak Energy is wholly owned by the Sarawak government. Okay, so before I start my briefing or presentation on the Sarawak Alternative Rural Electrification Scheme, for your information, Sarawak has a population of 2.6 million population, and 45% of the population living in the rural area. So the state government of Sarawak have a high priority on the rural development, including the rural electrification. For your information, in 2017, the electricity coverage in rural Sarawak alone is around 80% only, with 20% of the population still without reliable electricity. So the government have come out with a plan that cover that try to provide energy access to the rest of the population in the rural area, including those that are in the remote communities. So there are two ways of providing rural electrification. One is strengthening our electrical infrastructure, building substation, distribution line to the rural community. The other half of the solution is to provide a standalone solar system that will provide distributed solar power station that will provide energy access to the community. So in 2017, Sarawak Alternative Rural Electrification Scheme was initiated, and it is utilizing the renewable energy for the purpose of providing energy access. There are a few key points here that I would like to share with the rest of you. Number one is the SARES scheme. We call it, the short form is SARES, is targeted the villages in the most remote location where it is not possible to construct an electrical grid. And these villages is provided with the electricity using solar system as a short and medium-term solution. So in the future, when the access to the villages are possible, the government as well as Sarawak Energy will consider to extend our grid infrastructure to the villages. Okay. The second point is, as we all know, many of the rural communities actually belong to the low-income household group. So it is the government decision as a policy not to apply any electricity charges to the community. since the system that is provided are considered to be a limited level of services, so it is government decision to not charge the whole community in Sarawak. Okay. The third point I would like to add here is in terms of the design of the system, it is 100% using solar battery system without diesel generator. The simple design is for the ease of operation and maintenance. And Sarawak Energy, as the implementation company, will continue to provide technical support and training for the sustainability of the system. This is the only slide that have some numbers and statistics on it. So since 2017, where the project has started to complete, you can see that we have started in a reasonable numbers, around 58 villages, and we start to scale up our project implementation gradually as we build the capacity to implement the project. Okay. In terms of the numbers of the villages that are covered under the scheme, it is about 548 villages in total, with a total amount of 15,000 families. Okay, so this is the overall achievement so far in terms of the implementation of a SARES solar scheme. Here, I would like to share some of the photos, drone photos that we have taken of the completed project. I think these are some of the better photos that we have taken. So it shows some of the completed project and the community that benefited from the solar installation. Next is some of the community that we targeted. Many and if not all of these community are actually located in a very remote area in Sarawak. Some of them are only accessible through rivers and logging road. So it is quite challenging in terms of implementing the project. But we are very grateful of the support from the community that they have shown to us, and they have been working with us along the journey, and they are the happy recipient of the SARES scheme. Okay, in terms of SARES outcome, in terms of social and economic improvement, we can see that with the solar system installed in the rural community, there is an increase of usage of electrical appliances, which translate into a better life quality for the population. The children also can use the electricity for their activities, especially at night, for studies and also for entertainment. We also see some signs of productive use by the population in terms of doing handicraft work and some other productive work that is available in the villages. The other significant improvement in the rural community is with the availability of the electricity. It actually enables the setup of a Wi-Fi communication system and also a satellite TV. So in terms of Wi-Fi, then the villagers will be able to use their mobile phone to connect to the internet and connect to others across Malaysia. Okay. So recently, we also have included healthcare rural clinic into the scheme, where the nearby clinic that are situated next to the village will be receiving electricity from the same system. So we collaborate with the health ministry to come up with a solution, not just for the community, but also to providing a healthcare system. In terms of environment, the system is renewable, 100% without diesel generator. And so the villagers who previously are using the diesel generators are now less dependent on the fossil fuel for their electricity need. And last but not least, safety. Electricity that we provide include with the installation of new wiring for the villages, for the household, and this will reduce any electrical hazard. and proper lighting in the community area also provide a safer environment. Okay, there's three more slides that I would like to share. This is our sharing in terms of what are the key takeaway from the past 7 years when we implement SARES scheme. Number one is funding and planning. So I think these two come hand in hand. In terms of funding for SARES project or scheme, the funding are from the government. It's a public fund from the federal government as well as from the Sarawak government itself. So in terms of the commercial and non-profit aspect of the scheme, Sarawak Energy, we are a for-profit organization. However, we are appointed by the government to take up the role as the implementation company. Okay, so in terms of implementation, Sarawak Energy will become the will appoint local contractor to take part in this project. So there is a commercial value that it can be taken up by the contractors. Okay. In terms of planning, initially the SARES scheme is under Blue Ocean Strategy. However, as the project move along, there are additional master plan being implemented by the government, and the project is absorbed into a larger project rakyat or people's project master plan, which include the overall rural electrification scheme. In terms of the renewable energy solution, definitely the system have to be decentralized, as you can see from the photo below. In terms of the capacity of the system, it is a limited supply. However, the supply that we provided to the community are able to support the basic electricity needs of a domestic household. Second one is in terms of capacity building and stakeholders. I think it's very important for us to appreciate the contribution from the business entity, especially the local business entity that participated in this scheme. So initially there was a very few that are able to carry out this project, but we provide opportunity to them, and so far we have appointed 16 contractors overall, and we evaluate their capacity and their performance along the way, and give those that perform well more opportunity to take up more business opportunity. Okay. In terms of the workforce competency, this scheme in the past 7 years has provided employment and job, especially in the renewable energy. And at the same time, we also work together with training centers in Sarawak to come up with a solar competency that is related to this industry. As Chitra mentioned earlier, community participation is very important. So even though this project is funded from the government and the implementation is from Sarawak Energy, we realize the importance of community engagement overall to make sure that the implementation are successful. So the community engaged starting from the beginning, and they also provided workforce for us during the project stage. And after the completion of the scheme, they will also be provided with basic operation and maintenance in order for them to maintain the system. The community feedback is also important, not just during the planning, but also after the project has ended. So one thing that we have received feedback from the community is there is slowly growth in the energy demand. So we have to plan how we can provide additional energy access to the community for their needs. In terms of supply interruption, there is, of course, as a customer, they have certain level of expectation. So as the utility company that is in charge of the operation and maintenance of the SARES system, we have to do better in providing the service to the rural community. Okay. Last slide here, talking about the long-term sustainability of the system. Yeah, so recently we have launched a new rural electricity development master plan, which cover 2021 until 30. So under this plan, there are three items that are related to the SARES scheme. Number one is the operation and maintenance. So it is our intention, and we are currently outsourcing the maintenance services to our local vendors. These local vendors are actually the same company that actually install the system. So we giving them opportunity, not just during the project implementation, but also in terms of the providing operation and maintenance services. We also have to manage the stakeholders' expectation. If we do not do this properly, then there will be dissatisfaction among the community, and the trust level will be jeopardized. So that's why it's important for us to manage the stakeholders properly. Second, we have a battery replacement. This is not an easy task. The battery have a lifespan, limited lifespan, so we have to start thinking of replacing the old battery with a new one. And currently, we are also exploring other energy storage technology to replace the. And the third one is off-grid to grid transition. So previously, we are transitioning from diesel generator to a solar renewable energy solution. However, moving forward, when the transition from off-grid to grid happen, we need to properly plan for the grid expansion, and also to see the potential of a microgrid installation. Okay, so that is all from me. Thank you very much. Pass back to you, Kamran.
Thank you so much, Christopher. So we now have two more presentations, but before that, I think we take a quick short break. Coffee and tea served outside. I would request if participants can take the coffee and come back to the room, and we continue with the presentation. Maybe we can resume in 5-7 minutes. So 7 minutes are for the break, and please come back, and we start at 11:35. you so much. So for the next presentation we have is from the on community engagement or energy toolkit, also from Energy Action Partners. We have Ms. Ayu Abdullah with us. She will present the toolkit as well as the work Energy Action Partners are doing in the space.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm the next presenter. My name is Ayu. I'm from Kuala Lumpur in Malaysia. Yeah, next slide is fine. So I'm going to give a bit of a background. So I'm here to talk about our work with the Community Energy Toolkit, or COMET. But just for some background, we came out of a non-profit organization called Energy Action Partners that was founded almost 10 years ago. And the non-profit focused on a lot of community engagement within specifically mini-grid projects and energy access areas, mostly in Southeast Asia, sometimes in East Africa as well. Next slide, please. Just based on working in this space for over 10 years, the nonprofit organization kind of recognized that there were these dominant trends in the energy access, or more specifically, the decentralized energy space. A lot of times, just like we've discussed here already in the morning, a lot of the focus and attention and investment is on when we're talking about mini grids, we talk about financing, we talk about business models, we talk about technology. There's a lot of innovation happening in all those spaces to develop all those things. But we kind of recognize that all of that attention and focus is on the supply side, right? There's an acknowledgement, especially being here today and hearing some of the speakers this morning speak. I was very happy to hear that there is a growing international acknowledgement that community engagement, inclusion, all of this is extremely important in order to make projects and programs sustainable and grow. However, we felt as if that there's a little bit of a lack of tools, methodologies, approaches, and also innovation when it comes to focusing on the demand side, and especially the community engagement side of things. And so that's actually where us as an organization, we decided to kind of focus a lot of our attention on. Next slide, please. And so I think many of you here, if you work in mini grids, off-grid spaces, you can recognize some of these challenges. We know that yes, there's close to 700 million people worldwide still unelectrified. A lot of them are located in rural, remote areas. We also know that solutions, distributed and decentralized solutions, are one way to reach the almost 700 million people worldwide. We've known this for quite a long time, but unfortunately, these solutions have not scaled. For example, the World Bank estimates that we need about 200,000 mini-grids in order to reach SDG 7. We currently have less than 20,000 worldwide. And so that's a huge gap, right? And we've known this for a long time, and the sector as a whole has kind of responded with putting more into technology, putting more into business models, putting more into financing, which is all very, very important. But we can't do it without working on the demand side as well. And so we recognize some of these challenges that are across, a lot of communities and programs, and I'm sure some of you have seen this. Demand in rural, remote areas is low, right? And so that means that communities don't have the same buying power and also political power that a lot of users in urban areas have. Even when systems are installed, capacity is sometimes underutilized. So, and then also another main aspect is it's very difficult to right-size systems. A lot of times project developers will go on the ground to try and understand what's happening. Questionnaires and surveys are usually the typical method, and then they build the system based on that. If the system is too big, it is too expensive. If it is too small, communities will get frustrated and abandon. It is extremely important to right-size systems according to communities' needs and expectations as well. And we've heard this repeatedly throughout the day. Next slide, please. Even though we've heard this, we know it. However, when it comes to actually doing it in practice, it has been very difficult. Working with communities means that you have to have very strong organizations on the ground, like Ibeka, who does very great work with community engagement. But not all of us can be in Ibeka, right? So we need to think of new ways to do this. And so there's a lot of potential with how can we reach communities more effectively. How can we also engage them in an inclusive manner? So not just as a one-way transaction of communities basically giving us information that we need in order to build systems, but for them to really have buy-in and uptake. And so, next slide, please. This is something that our organization kind of worked on in the last, I think, 7 years. So we created a software that's basically a simulation software that you can create different scenarios of mini-grids or off-grid solutions, and you can have it being deployed in community workshops where you walk the community through different scenarios in order to understand what are their needs, their expectations, and then you can also explore new scenarios with them in order to understand what kind of decisions would they make around adopting different energy solutions. So it really is a community engagement / capacity building / energy planning software. Next slide, please. So we use it in a workshop format. We, unlike certain sort of software in the space where a lot of it is GIS mapping and remote, ours is actually high touch. Means that you still have to go to the community, which is highly recommended. If you're going to build a system there, you have to go to the community anyway. But this is a tool that you can use to either supplement a lot of your feasibility studies, questionnaires and surveys, or replace some of that work. With questionnaires and surveys in general, a lot of firms, when you hire feasibility studies firms to do it, they would be able to do 15 houses a day, for example. With something like this, you can reach 50 houses in the morning, 50 houses in the afternoon. So it's a lot more cost effective. It can be cost effective depending on how you use it. So it is a software that is very inclusive as well, because you run it with communities. They play out their electricity consumption. There's a lot of active peer learning and exchange that happens. It gets very, how do you say, Maria? I don't know how to say in English. I guess it's a lot of fun actually, because people are playing out their consumption and then they're exchanging a lot of ideas with each other. I'm using this. What are you using? Those types of things. So essentially, it is really a capacity building tool for communities to really see what are their load profiles, what does it mean when they make certain decisions around tariffs or appliances even, and then how does that affect their load profiles and the community system load profiles. For the developers, the project developers or owners, they're getting data. So they are getting very specific load profile data based on scenarios that are being run with the community. And so they understand now that if I were to offer the community a tariff of, this amount, this is how much the expectation is that they're going to consume. And you can test a lot of different things with the community as well. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to play this, but these are just two videos that we've had from two different locations, one in Sabah, Malaysia, next to Sarawak, and one from Somaliland, both in rural, remote areas. The next slide, please. So we've been using Comet for a while now, originally as our nonprofit organization, but more and more other partners and organizations are using it, which is why we transitioned into a startup that is focused specifically on Comet. We recognize that there are different use cases for the tool. So in the very early stages of project planning, it can be used in the feasibility stage, where a program owner is trying to validate a lot of the load projections that have come to them. So this is when, maybe you're doing a lot of due diligence around tenders and applications and things like that. So then you would go to the community and you run different workshops. In the installation and training phase, this is basically when the design has been fixed, a construction has begun, and you're trying to socialize different maybe tariff structures or pricing mechanisms with communities. And so that's when the middle stage is usually where you use Comet to communicate things and recruit users as well. It can also be used once the system has already been installed. And so maybe there are certain revisions to the system that are being considered, or the system needs to go through some demand side management, and maybe the system is too constrained and you need to come up with different solutions around that. Or the system is underutilized and you want to do demand stimulation, and in that case you would use Comet to explore different scenarios where you can stimulate demand, maybe around appliance financing or different things like that. Next. So these are just some slides on the user interface. There's usually two users to Comet. One is the operator side or the facilitator. And in this situation, they can see an aggregated system load profile coming from the simulated data. Next slide, please. And then this is on the community side, and we try to keep it simple so that it's mostly graphical and less words. You can also have translations in different languages based on where you are. Next slide. Just a quick example of how it's been used before. This is in the early project planning phase that I was talking about. We use this in a rural community in Somaliland, on the border between Somaliland and Ethiopia. And if you're unfamiliar with Somaliland, it is northern Somalia, an unrecognized breakaway state. So in this situation, they were trying to design an optimal solar storage system with a specific focus on optimizing the battery storage because it is expensive. Somaliland is kind of known for extremely expensive electricity. It can go up to $1 per kilowatt hour. So in this situation, we ran different scenarios. In the beginning, we just ran an use whatever you want scenario, and that's the gray kind of profile there. And they ran all sorts of different appliances, aspirational mostly, and then we got that profile. And then after that, once the community has an understanding of what their load profile is, we said, okay, we're going to try and introduce some limits to the system. So basically, household level limits and system level limits. And what you see is the blue line. Basically, they started to manage their consumption. But this wasn't good enough. They were still saying that it was a little too expensive. So we offered a time of use tariff. So I'm trying to move a lot of the loads to the daytime because it's a solar system. So then they played another scenario, and that was the orange one, which was the final one where you can see the load starts to shift and the bills are slightly less because it's cheaper during the day. And this was the load profile that was given to the project developer, and they are in the midst of developing this project right now. And a lot of this could not have been done by just questionnaires and surveys. It would have been rather difficult to go into the community and try to explain some of these technical concepts, right? But the community also gets a say. Right? I mean, that's also the core of why we do this, is communities get to be included in the decision making. So next slide. So just, kind of current status. This year, we've used it in 27 communities across 6 different countries. I know it looks like a lot, but it's because it's a software, and so you can actually adapt it to different contexts quite easily, change the language, change the currency. Facilitation can be done by in-country local partners. Next slide, please. And yeah, so I think the way we're trying to move with this right now is we've got active projects in Nepal, and this is with UNDP and the local government. Nepal has over 1,500 sites, so for them, it is trying to understand what's happening on the ground, because their microhydro sites are second generation systems which don't have smart meters. So they're using COMET in their context to understand what's happening on the ground, as well as explore the potential for clean cooking. We're also currently, we've done work actually in, so there's a slide missing, I just realized, but it was supposed to kind of show some of our projects. We've actually worked with Mentari in Sumba as well, with HIVOS. And so they were using COMET there to communicate kind of solar systems to communities, because actually solar is very difficult to manage as a rural community. Microhydro is steady power, right? You just make sure you're not over a certain power rating. But with solar, you need to make sure that you're within the battery storage as well. So it's not so simple. So they were using it to communicate that to the communities. We've also used it in a program in Sabah, next to Sarawak, which doesn't have a SARIS program that Chris was talking about earlier. There's a potential of, they're trying to implement up to 200 sites in Sabah, and so there it's again in that early feasibility stage. So we see COMET as really serving a lot of the needs of the sector at different levels. At a higher level, when you're thinking of programs, it gives programs visibility over what's happening on the ground with communities, and you can do your integrated planning a lot better. It's also very data-driven, so you're actually getting load profiles, willingness to pay, all of these things which are very difficult to kind of streamline a process for acquiring this data from many projects at the same time. For project developers, it's a way for them to communicate directly with communities, and really use a meaningful engagement process beyond just questionnaires and surveys. And for communities, they get to be included, and they get to understand what it means, basically, when there's a certain level of service, there's a certain tariff, what does it really mean for them, what are the costs and benefits. So they get to be included in the process, and the community engagement that we're talking about here, how do you include communities, how do you communicate a lot of technical concepts, this is one way to do it. So I think that's it from me. If there are any questions, please feel free to find me.
Thank you so much, you, and also thank you so much for your contribution to the guidebook work that we are doing as well, and we are also going to reflect COMET as a box in our guidebooks, Community Energy Toolkit. We now move to the last presentation. Last but not the least, we have presenter from Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources Indonesia, Mr. Hendra Iswaihundi, Director for Planning and Development of New Renewable Energy and Energy Conservation Infrastructure. Mr. Hendra will join us virtually, and he will also share the presentation himself. Mr. Hendra, the floor is yours. Hendra, I think you are muted.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Kamran. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. May I introduce myself? I am Hendra Swayudi, responsible for planning and development of new renewable energy and energy, new renewable energy and energy conservation infrastructure. Okay, I want to explain about project in Indonesia in providing energy access to remote island communities. As you may already know, that the government of Indonesia is target to achieve 23% new renewable energy mix in the national energy mix by 2025. Indonesia has also revised the greenhouse gases emission reduction through enhanced NDC. Indonesia raised its carbon emission reduction target and the energy sector target from 314 million ton of CO2 to 358 million ton of CO2. The government of Indonesia is taking seriously in decarbonizing the energy sector more ambitious approach by committing to reach net zero emission by 2060 or sooner with international support. A roadmap toward new net zero emission has been developed by the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources in collaboration with relevant stakeholders from the public and private sector, and outlines several milestones from energy supply and demand sector in order to reach NZE by 2060. In the graph, we see that by 2060, 100% of our energy will come from new renewable energy sources. We see that roughly 60 until 80% from variable renewable energy, such as solar power and wind power. Energy capacity at around 8 gigawatt of new renewable energy generation and 60.2 gigawatt of energy storage. How about the electrification? As of April 2020, my president direction that to electrify 433 non-electrified villages in 4 provinces and also to increase access to electricity for underprivileged households. We not only to improve electrification ratio as a qualified manner, but also to improve the quality of electricity supply, reliability, because almost of small island and also remote area still providing energy from diesel. I think below 24 hours of production of energy. How about the progress to electrify for 439 electrified villages until now, Q1 2023, the rest of non-electrified villages 170. I think this have to acceleration through this three of mechanism. The one is grid extension for villages close to existing distribution network. And also mini grid, development of mini grid of grid generation such as solar PV, hybrid solar PV diesel, and also micro hydro. If item number 1 cannot be implemented, also the The last alternative is development of electrical energy charging station using renewable energy sources with portable battery energy storage as a substitute for electricity grid, because the houses are far apart or scattered if item number 1 cannot be implemented. We also, through the government budget, implementing program to free of charge electricity installation for underprivileged household living in a remote area. In 2022, government has installed for more than 80,000 households. And also in this year, at least 120 household, 1,000 household, and 34 profiles are going to receive this installation, electricity installation. I think 170 households scattered in Papua, Island, I think is more suitable for portable battery energy storage and DC host installation. We have switch and control panel, MCB 4 ampere, lamp switch, LED lamp, 3 pieces, it's 5 watt cable in installation associated. In this electrical energy charging station, there is 8 battery rack for charging, and the people can switch this battery for the charging. Installation of Abdal and Spell in Papua. This year we have ongoing to 19 villages for about 8,000 of Abdal and roughly 300 of Spell for a remote area in Papua Island. Also, another short-term program to decarbonize the power sector is the utilization. We plan to replace 499 megawatt of diesel power plant into renewable energy-based power plant, solar power, battery energy storage system, or hybrid diesel engine. Currently, we are in progress for the first phase of diesel conversion around 220 megawatt in 83 location. We of course need a lot of support both technically and financially to implement this program. Here's an example for the digitalization from government budget, micro hydro in Papua Island at 150 kilowatt. I think this produce electricity for about 700 of people of household, and until now for experience this micro hydro can saving of 500 liter of fuel oil. Also, we have a special allocation fund for small scale energy. Special allocation fund is sources of funding provided by government to regional government to finance priority project. Until now, we have 32,000 unit, roughly 10,000 kilowatt, and this year, special allocation fund will continue to support construction of centralized solar power plant in 21 different locations in Nusa Tenggara Timur. This PV will have a combined capacity of nearly 700 kilowatt peak. Also, we have a cooperation with international partner, cold storage for fishery community. Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources and GIZ collaborate to overcome the challenge by piloting the solar ice maker in East Nusa Tenggara. And also through collaboration project between Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, Ministry of State Administration of Republic of Timor-Leste and UNDP, and Indonesia and Timor-Leste will support from POICA. I think development of a grid solar PV power plant in 23 locations in Province of Central Kalimantan, West Sulawesi, East Nusa Tenggara, and Southeast Sulawesi with total capacity nearly 1,200 kilowatt peak. Also development of off-grid microhydro in 3 locations in the West Papua and East Nusa Tenggara with total capacity 200 kilowatt. Provide certification as solar PV operator for 80 local people, 30% of women by collaboration with Center of Development of Human Resources, Electricity, New Renewable Energy, and Energy Conservation, and establishment of 33 renewable energy service enterprises at local level. We also, from the government budget in 2014, with installation capacity of 30 kilowatt peak, but in 2018, through the Fund of Village and BUMDes income, we have to improve capacity 20 kilowatt peak. I think it's very interesting because community business development, like ice maker, fish copper, also this improvement of this project. Also availability of village electricity with power 30 kilowatt peak which operate 24 hours per day, which is environmentally friendly. And also as a best practice, also isolated grid solar PV, hybrid PV power plant in Birau, East Kalimantan, through Millennial Challenge Account Indonesia, MCA Indonesia, who's the 51% owned by village represented by BUMDes and 49% owned by Aku Energi Indonesia with minimum 2 years for Aku Energi Indonesia to exit. The benefit for community, many villagers can do more active during daylight or night with electricity from hybrid PV power plant, also increasing the safety of village during the night, reducing almost 15% of fossil fuel, focusing in giving women a chance to work in the administration part and giving them knowledge to improve their livelihood, and also company with help from consultant exploring the village potential, especially in tourism, and develop and ecotourism with the youth. So about financing scheme for remote off-grid system, first funding for the commercial remote off-grid system project managed by PLN, state-owned enterprises in Indonesia, they come from various such sources such as internal capital, concessional loan such as World Bank, and also second of funding for the non-commercial remote off-grid system project managed by local community such as government budget, grant from international donor, and also CSR from various company and implemented by various organizations such as SRE. Many ASEAN member states have archipelagos and face unique challenges in providing reliable and affordable energy access to their remote communities. Some remote area are cross-border between ASEAN member states. I think cooperation among ASEAN member states is essential for successful implementation of renewable energy solution in remote area. It requires not only the understanding of policies, but also the development of sustainable business scheme between neighboring countries where remote islands are located. In the last presentation, challenge and support for sustainable of project on remote area, we have 6 challenges. One is local capacity. I think community capacity to operate and manage the power plant is not enough. The lack of community capacity, and also no local technical service provider in the area. A sustainable business scheme is a crucial obstacle that handle the implementation. Also, there is still limited of productive use of energy, limited access to finance from the local government. Village fund can only be accessed by village-owned enterprises, and also the ability and willingness to pay of the community is still low. I think support needed, such as capacity building for operator from local community, encouraging women's involvement in management, developing the productive business and community, and the last of funding support for big development of expansion of system. I think this finish of my explanation. Thank you very much for attention. Thank you, Mr. Kamran.
Thank you so much, Mr. Indra. So this takes us to the end of this part of the event. I want to thank all of the presenters for their very insightful presentations, and we will keep them engaged as a part of the platform as well as move ahead and take the discussion forward on the transition. We now move to the last part of the session, that is a moderated panel discussion. We are very pleased to have Ms. Aldila Noor Rakama, Senior Officer of Power, Fossil Fuel, Alternate Energy and Storage. She's also a Senior Researcher of ASEAN Climate Change and Energy Project, ACEPT. Ms. Aldila, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Kamran. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aldila Rahima. I'm the senior official at the ASEAN Center for Energy. And it is an honor for me today to be here to moderate the panel discussion on transitioning remote and island communities to renewable energy. So this panel discussion will elicit dialogue on transitioning remote islands communities in the region, in particular in Indonesia, by adopting increased share of decentralized renewable energy. And joining with us today are 7 distinguished experts. Maybe we can have the panelists to come here in the front and sit with me in the table here. Maybe we can invite Mr. Sofian Hanafi, the Director of Alignment Facilities and Infrastructure Development, Ministry of Village Development of Disadvantaged Regions and Transmigration Indonesia. Kami persilakan Pak Sofian Hanafi untuk duduk di depan. And then we have Mr. Luki Nurahmat, Country Lead Indonesia of Global Energy Alliance for People and the Planet. Mr. Luki Nurahmat. And then we will have Ms. Erwina Damajanti, the Senior Officer Advisor of Renewable Energy for Electrification Program. And then we will have Mr. Vasco Tangkulung, the Technical Manager of New Zealand Maluku Access to Renewable Energy Support. And then joining with us today also, we have Ms. Tri Mumpuni, the Board of Governor, National Research and Innovation Indonesia, and Executive Director of IBECA. Last but not least, we also have our panelists today that joining with us online. We have Mr. Rizky Fauzianto, the Manager for Indonesia and Southeast Asia of Rocky Mountain Institute. I think Mr. Rizky Fauzianto should be joining with us online. Oh yes, thank you. And last but not least, we also have Mr. Gulshan Fastista, the Regional Investment Lead of Global Green Growth Initiative, that joining with us online. Okay, so in here we have our 5 panelists joining with us offline, and then we have 2 panelists joining with us online. And maybe I will give the floor for each panelist to speak about your intervention for 2 or 3 minutes, and then we can start the discussion after. Maybe we can start with Mr. Luki Nurahmat.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. So I'm from Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, philanthropy active in energy transition, including effort for converting various diesel power plants to renewable energy. I think to put some context first, in Indonesia, really the challenge is so in terms of electrification, Indonesia has gone far from 10 years ago, right? So now even electrification in rural area has reached around 99.76%, which is very commendable. There are still around 4,000, according to the media and according to PLN, and according to MEMR, there are still around 200 villages, 199 villages that still has no electricity at all. So that's one. So it's not really the problem of access. Of course, the access is still unreliable. But the problem is, according to PLN, in the latest RUPTL, there are 2,130 locations and around 5,300 diesel power plants. So majority, if not all, the electricity supplied to the rural areas are from fossil fuels, and many of them are, aside from it's emitting a lot of CO2, it's also expensive because of the logistic. It's also not reliable, can only operate by only 4 to 8 hours. And it makes Indonesia, it's a burden to our fiscal system, right? So, because we are a net importer of oil and gas. So the challenge in Indonesia is how to convert these 2,130 location, 5,300 power plants, 2.37 gigawatt of fossil fuel, diesel fossil fuel that is expensive, unreliable, to renewable energy. And we just had a convening with private developers and also financiers as GAP to get some feedbacks. Two challenges emerged, a lot of challenges, but then I would like to highlight two challenges. So if we are to solve this and accelerate solving this, then we cannot go one by one, right? We need a program that can, you know, simultaneously solve this and to attract private developers, to attract people to come, we need economic of scale. So you cannot have like one site or two sites or 5 sites, which mostly are remote and the size is small, right? The size ranges from 4 kilowatt to maybe 10 megawatt, but then 10 megawatt is outlier. So most, the average size is only 1 megawatt, which is very small. And if you are to have a tender for 1 to 5 sites, it won't be economical for private developers, reliable private developers to come, right? So you need economic of scale to convert these diesel powers to renewable. However, economic of scale only, it's also not sufficient because the other challenge with bundling is how do we bundle this, right? So we also need to think when we bundle this, when we bundle to maybe 40 sites, 50 sites, right? How to make the PPA, the contract, the power purchase agreement is bankable. So because, you know, with a lot of sites, you have different risk profile. Usually in a PPA tender, you will have, you know, one big project, 10 megawatt, 100 megawatt, 2 gigawatt, and then it's similar risk profile. Now, if you bundle this, then and if you bundle this maybe only according to geographic, only according to some sites, you know, located nearby, then it's not really gonna work for the financier to be acceptable in their risk assessment, because you essentially bundle different risk profile to one PPA. So in the end, what you get is a higher risk profile, right? So that's one challenge. How do we get economic of scale, as well as getting the PPA bankable and acceptable for the financiers? The second challenge is in the early project developments. Many of these sites are, you know, there is no good data on the sites, and I think there is no feasibility study. Ideally, in a tender, you have feasibility study, and then it's provided to the or pre-feasibility study, and it's provided to all developers, right? But in this case, no limited data are available. Then you need to make some assumption based on desk research and whatever available data. Then you do a feasibility study later, right? And there is a huge risk when you do that the feasibility study results are not, you know, according to your initial assumptions. And if it happens in a tender, which is ongoing now, you cannot go back, right? So you bid maybe around 20 cents according in your bidding document, but then you do feasibility study and you find out that to be economical, it needs like 25 cents. And also land acquisition, although, you know, now in the PLN standard, the land acquisition is handled by a subsidiary of PLN. Some development finance institutions are not comfortable if the land acquisition is done by the states, right? So need some protocols needs to have some process so that it's also acceptable for the development finance institution. So that is the second challenge on how to de-risk on the early project development, because when that happens, what will happen is the tender will just stuck, right? Will just stuck. It's, you know, it's not going anywhere, and it's better for the project developers not to continue, and we're kind of having some, you know, in limbo situation. And maybe if you can de-scope, right, if you can like drop one of the sites from the tender, that's great, but also it's a loss for us, right? Meaning that those sites will continue run on fossil fuel, those that will continue on emitting CO2. So that's the two main insights that we get, and happy to share further. Thank you, and sorry I'm taking more than 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lukino Rahmat, for your very insightful remark. And maybe we can get back to you, especially on the economic and financing issues. Now, to change it up a little bit, maybe we can see the remark from Mr. Rizky Fauzianto, our panelist from online. Mr. Rizky Fauzianto, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Aldila. Just want to check, can you hear me better?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much, and very good afternoon to all of us. Apologies, I couldn't be there in person as I'm in Kuala Lumpur actually right now for a conference. But thanks a lot to Irina, Anarkan, and Government of Indonesia as chair of the ASEAN this year for having me. Pleasure to be here, and I have learned a lot from the previous presentation as well. So maybe a little bit for those who do not know RMI, we are an international think tank based in US, focused on transforming the global energy systems to secure a clean, a prosperous, and a zero carbon future. We have around 700 staffs globally, and our works includes projects and engagement in 61 countries around the world. I'm working for the Southeast Asia programs. Currently, we focus on 3 countries in these programs, which are Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam. So maybe I'll focus for Indonesia. So I guess for Indonesia, there are some challenges or barriers that Luki mentioned before as well. Like we can see, like on island communities to transition to clean energy, there is a socio-cultural barrier like limited skilled labor and also rejection by local communities like in Bali. If you want to develop renewable energy in area which is sacred, so there is some rejection from the local people there. There is also like a technology barrier like low grid capacity and reliability for VRE or like solar and wind, and also like this capacity development needed by the utilities, especially like PLNs. And also, lastly, there is also like a policy barrier, like inconsistent policy, and also complex procedures for private sector to enter. Sometimes the policy in the central government and also in the local government are not aligned. And lastly, maybe the economic barrier, which I think will be the largest one. There is a lower number of investors in the renewable energy sector compared to the conventional energy industry, due to uncompetitive costs, and it is perceived as a high risk, and there's also lack of evidence-based assessment. So like how to convince this financial sector to invest in this or commercial banks on renewable energy. So although all of four are important challenges, but I think I would see the technology and the financial barrier are the important one, especially the financial. That's like the key barriers for island communities to transition to clean energy. Financing difficulties play a major role in an economic barrier to implementation of renewable energy. In the case of Indonesia, I mean, the short-term gains can be achieved actually if the government consistently reduce fossil fuel energy subsidies and reallocate the subsidies for strengthening energy infrastructure, such as the grid extensions or smart grid, or also like the feed-in tariff for renewable energy. But this will affect, of course, to the financial fragility of the utility, in this case PLN, which may be a role for international support like GAP there, or like the developed countries G7 and philanthropies. So we heard last year in the G20 there is a JETB announced and also ETM country platforms by PTSMI and ADB and others like from public and private sector. So this can help to give like a grant or concessional loans to develop the infrastructure and also to strengthen the financial positions without increasing the burden to the utility or PLN or the government on the fiscal policy or also the people, so not increasing the electricity tariff. So maybe I'll pause there and give back to the floor to you, Ms. Adil again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rizky Fauzianto. And maybe next we can have Mr. Sofyan Hanafi to give his remark on this. Maybe 2 or 3 minutes is enough, Pak. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat siang dan mungkin mohon Mbak Moderator bisa sebagai translator.
Siapa?
Maklum kami wong desa. Baik, kami dari Kementerian Desa, Pembangunan Daerah Tertinggal dan Transmigrasi. Khususnya kami di Direktorat Jenderal Percepatan Pembangunan Daerah Tertinggal, Disadvantages Regional. Jadi cocok kalau tadi dibilang apa ya, memang kami ini remote, kebanyakan di remote area dan kami lebih fokus pada Nusa Tenggara Timur, Maluku dan Papua. Mungkin kalau boleh panitia bisa sedikit ditayangkan, kami menyiapkan ada 4 atau 5 slide, tapi kami ingin menjelaskan sedikit. Ya, lanjut. Jadi kami punya, nah baik, jadi dari tampilan ini bisa dilihat bahwa disadvantages ini atau daerah tertinggal ini kebanyakan di wilayah timur Indonesia. Ya, itu mulai dari Nusa Tenggara Timur, Maluku dan Papua. Sulawesi itu hanya di Sulawesi Tengah, ya, ada di Sigi, Donggala dan Tojo Nauna. Selebihnya kalau Sumatera ya Nias, kemudian Mentawai, ya seperti itu. Namun dalam hal ini yang ingin saya sampaikan lanjut, karena cenderung bahwa kami daerah tertinggal adalah kepulauan, hambatan-hambatan kami terutama yang seringkali kalau kita diajak teman-teman SDM untuk istilahnya rakorwil ya, tantangan dan hambatan itu kalau PLN di daerah-daerah tertinggal kebanyakan itu off grid, sehingga PLN sulit untuk masuk. Kalaupun dipaksakan masuk itu biayanya sangat mahal karena transmisi jaringan otomatis seperti apa ya. Jadi di dalam satu desa itu paling ngumpul 5 atau 6 rumah. Kemudian setelah sekilo atau 2 kilo baru ada 5 atau 6 rumah lagi. Bisa dibayangkan salah satu contoh di Kabupaten Teluk Bintuni yang hanya berpenduduk 80.000 jiwa, itu luasnya adalah 2/3 Pulau Jawa, ya. Sehingga bisa dibayangkan kalau di Jawa PLN bisa mengambil keuntungan sangat besar. Tapi kalau di daerah tertinggal sebagai contoh tadi saya contohkan Teluk Bintuni, PLN akan kesulitan. PLN hanya berada di daerah perkotaan, ya. Jadi hanya untuk perdesaannya ya terus terang masih banyak yang belum tersentuh. Jadi untuk itu kami kebetulan ada Bu Febi yang sudah banyak membantu kami ya, untuk contoh yang di Sumba Tengah itu di Mataredi, alhamdulillah Bu Febi bersama jajarannya juga dengan Mentari juga bantuan dari Kerajaan Inggris, British Embassy, bisa membangun untuk solar cell sehingga elektrifikasi bisa di daerah-daerah tertinggal, bisa ini di daerah Sumba Tengah. Kemudian juga kami juga pengen merubah image dengan nama-nama daerah tertinggal. Tadi saya juga dikritik oleh Pak Dirjen Dadan, kok tertinggal, kok disadvantages. Jadi insya Allah di RPJP ke depan kami mungkin daerahnya kita sebut daerah potensial. Jadi energi baru terbarukan yang ada di desa-desa di kami kebanyakan justru banyak aliran-aliran sungai. Ya, sehingga cenderung ke depan kami ya bersama dibantu dengan teman-teman dari aneka EBTKE, kami mencoba mengembangkan pikohidro dan pembangkit listrik tenaga biomasa. Jadi semuanya off grid. Jadi satu unit ya untuk paling 2 atau 3 rumah. Sehingga kami harapkan ke depan yang namanya kendala-kendala jaringan itu bisa diantisipasi. Jadi mohon maaf kalau untuk daerah tertinggal, kalau PLN kabelnya panjang itu kalau hujan itu bisa kena pohon jatuh atau apa. Kalau mungkin di Jawa pohon-pohon sudah nggak banyak ya. Tapi kalau di daerah tertinggal tantangannya dan juga angin ribut ya, pengen dengar Seroja kemarin di Nusa Tenggara Timur itu banyak meluluh lantakkan jaringan-jaringan baik PLN maupun telekomunikasi, sehingga kami mencoba untuk di pedesaan kami pendekatannya dengan sistem off grid tadi. Jadi cukup satu unit bisa untuk 2 atau 3 rumah sehingga cukup portable. Dilanjut Mbak, ini contoh lanjut. Nah ini yang pikohidro yang kami kembangkan bersama dengan teman-teman dari BLK Solo ya. Kami ada kerjasama dengan Kementerian Ketenagakerjaan. Di sana ada balai latihan kerja. Ini sistemnya portable. Jadi alat ini kalau dikerjakan itu enggak nyampe 5 juta. Sehingga ini 1 kilowatt itu bisa untuk 2 rumah. Ingat kalau di pedesaan memang ya enggak perlu sampai di sana mungkin bukan kulkas tapi yang penting penerangan, ngecas HP, bisa nonton TV, itu paling yang diutamakan. Juga kami bersama dengan teman-teman dari LPPM Fakultas Teknik UGM itu juga akan mengembangkan pembangkit listrik tenaga biomasa. Kenapa biomasa? Karena kami bersama Badan Pangan Nasional merencanakan untuk tahun anggaran 2024 kami akan mengolah sagu di Papua dan Maluku. Di Papua kurang lebih ada 5,5 juta hektar sagu, dan perlu diketahui sagu itu kandungan karbonnya paling rendah. Jadi buat ibu-ibu yang diet lebih bagus makan beras sagu. Itu di Tangerang sudah ada yang jual beras sagu, dan insya Allah. Nah yang kami lihat adalah nanti sisa-sisa hasil tebangan ya, jadi sampah. Jadi kami berharap bisa zero waste, sehingga sampah-sampah dari daun dan sisa-sisa dari batang perasan sagu ini akan kami kembangkan menjadi bahan bakar pembangkit listrik tenaga biomasa, dan itu untuk Papua. Sehingga secara teknologi juga sangat sangat simple, sama dengan pikohidro ini sangat simple, sehingga tenaga SMP, lulusan SMP kalau melakukan perbaikan itu juga bisa lebih mudah ya, tidak harus mendatangkan tenaga ahli dari Jawa ya. Mungkin izin kalau mau diterjemahkan silakan.
Thank you, Pak Sofyan Hanafi. So just to summarize what Mr. Sofyan Hanafi here present, so Mr. Sofyan Hanafi mentioned that one of the characteristics of disadvantaged regions are the percentage of the household in having electricity. And one of the key barriers are off-grid and often the high capitals of these. And therefore, the Ministry of Village and Disadvantaged Region and Transmigration here has a lot of cooperation and project in order to increase the electrification in the disadvantaged regions. Thank you.
Panitia bisa lanjut, bisa ditayangkan videonya ya. Ini di Desa Kahuman, Kecamatan Polan Harjo, Kabupaten Klaten. Ini akan kami jadikan suatu prototipe desa prototipe. Kenapa di Jawa dulu? Karena HDI untuk di Jawa lebih tinggi ya, sementara kalau di Papua sana justru rata-rata rendah. Jadi percontohannya dulu, nanti kami dibantu oleh kerjasama antar desa yang nanti kita bentuk sister village sehingga mereka melakukan pendampingan ke desa-desa yang tertinggal. Silakan videonya. Sedikit aja. Oke, bisa. Ya. Contoh di saluran dan bisa digunakan sangat sesuai. Bisa dibawa demikian, terima kasih. Jadi itu yang kami harapkan dan kebetulan sahabat-sahabat kami di sini dari Kementerian SDM juga banyak, juga ada Pak Heru nih tadi contoh-contoh pembangkit listrik yang tenaga biomasa. Jadi harapan kami semoga bantuan dari teman-teman untuk mendukung elektrifikasi di desa-desa yang sangat-sangat tertinggal, terutama di kawasan timur Indonesia. Harapan kami semoga teman-teman bisa membantu kami untuk berpartisipasi, ya, berpartisipasi membantu saudara kita di wilayah timur. Apapun cerita, mereka adalah bagian dari Indonesia, ya. Karena saya pernah didatangi Bupati Pegunungan Arfak di tahun 2021, saya ditembak. Pokoknya Pak, kalau nggak dibangun, nggak ada listrik, kami minta merdeka. Akhirnya saya nangisi ke Bu Febi, juga Pak Agus yang Rocan, alhamdulillah di 2022 dapat dana DAK, ya, DAK untuk Pegunungan Arfak dibangun di Danau Perempuan, dan alhamdulillah selamatlah saya. Jadi nggak usah dikejar-kejar lagi sama Bupati, karena lengkap Bupati, Wakil Bupati, dan Ketua DPRD langsung ke kantor kami. Jadi harapan kami ya seperti inilah, dengan catatan tadi energinya bisa 24 jam. Jadi kalau pikohidro dan lain-lain itu bisa sewaktu-waktu dimanfaatkan oleh masyarakat daerah tertinggal, ya memang karena kondisi HDI-nya masih sangat rendah. Demikian, terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ditranslate dulu, silakan.
Terima kasih Bapak Sofyan Hanafi. Thank you so much. So at the end, as a remark, Mr. Sofyan Hanafi asking for help and collaboration for everyone in here, especially to how to increase the electrification percentage in the, especially in the undeveloped regions in Indonesia. Okay, next, maybe I would like to ask the permission of each of panelists to maybe have a really short mark or intervention. Next here we have Ms. Erwina Damajanti. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ibu Adila. My name is Erwina Damajanti, as introduced by Ibu Adila. And I work for REEP2, or Renewable Energy for Electrification Program Phase 2, under the umbrella of GIZ Energy Program. I have worked in rural electrification program since 2012, before REEP2 was born. So it's a long, long time ago. At that time, I joined GIZ project named Energizing Development Project, or NDEF. And under NDEF, we supported government of Indonesia, in this case is Kementerian SDM, in rural electrification program through strengthening the capacity of village electricity management teams, including operators, and also introducing productive use of energy, or PUE, to the PV mini-grid recipient villages. And the main target of this project was to ensure the sustainable operation of mini-grids that are built through national budget. That's our work from 2015, if I'm not mistaken, until 2017. During this period, we work in 11 remote villages in West Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara, and also South Sulawesi. The capacity of mini grids in this area is around 30 kilowatt peak to 75 kilowatt peak, with the household recipient around 50 to 150 households, if I'm not mistaken. And then in 2020, we started introducing applied PV technology named PV Agri, that is automatic irrigation system using solar PV as electric source, and also PV boat, electric power boat. And for this project, we work in 3 villages in West Sulawesi and East Nusa Tenggara. The target of this project is to reduce or stop the use of diesel for powering the water pump or the boat. And considering the limited time and also fund, during project implementation, we approached several local government agencies at district and provincial level, trying to anchor the project activities. For example, we approached the Community and Village Empowerment Services, DPMD. So, Pak, we're also trying to work with your Kementerian and Dinas for this project. The objective of working with DPMD is to strengthen BUMDES, yes, village-owned company, as a village electricity management team or cooperative agency. And also we approach agriculture agency and industry and commerce agency for POE development. So we trying to seek their cooperation in this project. Actually, at the end of the project, we found that some facts. Actually, this is a similar what to Irena has found, and also the other resource person presentation, that rural electrification programs cannot stand alone. It must be integrated into the village economic development plan to ensure the sustainable operation of PV mini grid. Also, local institutions such as BUMDES or cooperative should be involved from the beginning of the project. Even better if they are the proponent of the PV mini grid. Talking about willingness to pay, actually the willingness to pay in the recipient community is high if, so this is the conditional, the quality and the duration of electricity supply is good, and if they rely on the renewable energy power plant for running their business. So we have to ensure that community really depend on the mini grids, to grow their business, so they can get more income, so they can pay the electricity tariff. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Erina Damajanti. And then next, we will back to our panelists online. We will have Mr. Gulshan Fashista from Global Green Growth Initiative. The floor is yours, Mr. Fashista. Maybe we can go to our speakers in offline first, while we are waiting for Mr. Gulshan Fashista. Now we have Mr. the technical manager of New Zealand Maluku Access to Renewable Energy Support. Mr. Tangkulung, the time is yours.
Thank you, Adila. So I see many similarities from these panelists in terms of goals, in terms of spirit of the development of this renewable energy program. For NZMED's program, we are funded by Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of New Zealand, and we are actually 5 years technical assistance program and partnership agreement with Director General of New and Renewable Energy and Conservation, and also PLN at central level, at country level, and in provincial level, we cooperate partnership with BAPEDA, PLN MMU, Dinas SDM, and a few educational institutions. And this program implemented by ASEAN-SOME Indonesia and also Infratech from New Zealand. So this program's goals is to increase the uptake of affordable and reliable and renewable energy to improve social well-being and economic development in Maluku. There are two main activities in this program. First is the project pipeline. So we provide support to development of renewable energy project from planning and project identification, and also we help our partners in scoping and project appraisal. We also help stakeholder engagement, technical assistance. We provide funds matching and partnerships, project implementation when our partners want to implement the projects. Also support to O&M and sustainability, waste management, and decommissioning, and this life cycle that we also support. The second main activities that we do is capacity building. So in this capacity building, we support renewable energy capacity building with key partners, and in the renewable energy sector in Maluku more broadly. So we partnership also with PLN Maluku Utara, Dinas ISDM, Universitas Patimura, Polytechnic Negeri Ambon, and one of vocational high school. So a lot of achievement that we have made. We made more than 10 capacity building activities, and also with more than 93% satisfaction level. And in Maluku context, we see there are 1.8 million people with 1,340 islands, and 120 island is occupied, but the others not, and with 1,241 villages. So we see these challenges, so many challenges that we found in renewable energy development in Maluku. And with at the level 96% of electrification ratio, this is also why development of the community in Maluku context is also important, and it is fourth least electrified, or maybe even second least electrified provinces in Indonesia. So this what we do. So many potential also on the other side. in remote and island communities. Tourism, agriculture, and also key economic competitive advantages that we found. So if we can collaborate well, every stakeholder, government, financial institution, private sectors, developing partners, on even community, we can achieve not only our net zero emission target, but also improve our social well-being and economic development. So yeah, that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vasco Tangkulung. Really appreciate the short remarks from you. And then for next, we will have in here Ibu Tri Mumpuni, the Board of Governor, National Research and Innovation Indonesia, and also Executive Director of IBECA. Please, Ibu.
Udah, ini bisa. Okay, thank you. I know this is a very late afternoon. I hope you're still awake. I'm not talking a lot. I just would like to clarify what we have been done so far from the last 30 years. In this regard, when we talk about energy transition nowadays, from fossil fuel to renewable energy, for us, a very important approach is what we are doing for the remote and the island communities is bringing a model called a community base. You can talk anything, but if you do not include the community in the process of development, then forget it. Especially the top-down done by the bureaucracy, usually it doesn't really help the local community in a very remote area to have their own energy. So in order to have a community-based electrical power supply from renewable energy, we should have make a very clear remark. It has to be reliable in terms of technology. We cannot have like trial and error, because so far we already knew that there are many technology available that is really reliable. So this will guarantee of sustainability and also affordable. Why I say it's affordable? When we are utilizing the local resources for the local community, mostly are affordable. Creating a community self-reliance. All participants or speakers is already talking about, combining electricity and livelihood activities. But you have to make it sure, because there are two models that IBECA has been developing since early 90s. First is when you are talking about the electricity in a very remote area, make sure that there is community leaders, they are really ready, and also an institution that has been there. And then the second model is connect to grid. There are still many areas that actually PLN has been came, but in that local area, there are potential that can be developed. So this is a very good model when you can connect to the grid, meaning that PLN in the very last miles, they can improve their voltage, and the local community had an income streaming coming from selling the electricity from renewable energy to the grid. Okay, after community-based, the second one is I would like to discuss on. The second one is democratization of energy. Oh, it's echoing. Democratization of energy is where we give space for the local community in any particular area to develop and build their own local resources to fulfill their own demand. That's why we are collaborating with the Minister of MEMR, Energy and Mineral Resources. Since 2015, we have what we call Patriot Energy. What is that all about? is sending the young engineer to stay for 1 year in a very remote area of Indonesia to be able to find the location, the source of renewable energy, working very closely with local community to be able to make them understand that actually they have the potential that can be developed, and they have to prepare themselves to make an institution that will, very concrete action, build their own local resources. In this regard, the government has to come in terms of giving access of financial and also support through this young engineer who are willing to stay there for 1 year. Okay, hybrid model. Hybrid model, when I was still in the Ministry of MBMR, there are some potential sites where the price of the electricity is very expensive, but the private sector are willing to come. What they have to do is they talk to the local community, how much is their ability to pay the tariff. I give an example. If the ability for the local community to pay only 3 cents dollar, and when the private sector, they say that it will be beneficial for them and give a profit if the price is 5 cents. So in this regard, 2 cents has to come from the government. After certain periods, then it is already paid back by this private, then that is where the government has to pull out. Last but not least, is a proven model. We have been, thank you to Bu Intan Penny is coming here, is coming from the MEMR, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources. The proven concept that IBK has been dealing with since the last 30 years is actually bringing this renewable energy, preparing the local community, proven that the technology is reliable and dependable, and this proven concept has to be exercised with the PLN. In this regard, PLN has a very huge number of using the diesel oil power plant, and we would like to change this to renewable energy. I hope all this effort, can be echoing by Irina, by whoever who would like to go to the local area, because they are the person who needs the energy, so we don't have to really impose them using the top down, because I still can see this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ibu Tri Mumpuni. Next, maybe we can go to our speakers online. Mr. Gulshan Fashista. Yes, the floor is yours, sirs.
Thank you. Thanks for having me online. Thanks, Kamran, for bringing me in. I wanted to make some specific comments on the work that GDGI is doing, particularly in the context of the remote island electrification. We have a concept note that we're working with the Green Climate Fund. Our champion, of course, is PTSMI, that we're working as an accredited entity. And I would also cover in my talk for the next 5 minutes on the work that we're doing on that particular concept note, what the law frame is, what GDGI is planning to achieve through that intervention. Additionally, I would try to bring in a few components on what are the kind of businesses that we need on the ground. I completely agree to the previous speaker that it has to be locally driven, right? The buy-in on all the business models. I would also talk briefly about some of the business models that GDGI is proving on the ground. And it has to be driven, well, I would say, bottom up is absolutely needed, but at the same time, what are the kind of strong national level policies that could drive the operated electrification and last mile connection is the topic of today's conversation. Without further ado, I'll get straight into what are the kind of law frames that GDGI has put together for trying to work with PTSMI. On that particular intervention, we are of course trying to set up a fund which will look at trying to get low cost financing to enable the commissioning and start of these small renewable energy projects. In the concept note that GD we are looking at less than 10 megawatt implementations, which will be looking at diesel switch particularly, wherein of course the GDTI work will enable the detailed project planning activities, operation control, O&M, and refurbishment of non-operational plants, because that's something that has possibly not been looked at, to look at some of the plants that may be implemented but are not operational to either their maximum capacity. So looking into those aspects as well. Of course, there is a component of training and knowledge transfer among different stakeholders on the ground. One of the things that GDGI is working on is capacity building for to scale grid management operations, especially at the remote location. So looking at more institutional expertise and capability to manage regional microgrids and support an expanding portfolio of assets. The second component in that particular technical assistance package to GCF, it has a grant-based TA to build community-based capacity of renewable energy deployment and operation. This idea is on the back of work that GT has done in the Pacific, where we're trying to work with trying to catalyze women-led productive REUs in energy transition, and trying to look at national advocacy for how do we build this enabling environment where which could be used for scaling up renewable energy deployment in the context of remote islands. The second subcomponent of the GCF proposal really is about identifying opportunities. So it's about actually deploying some mini grids and kind of creating these models which could work with increased adaptive capacity as could be done, and with women-headed households and women-led SMEs. So what are the business models? And from a technical GVI is looking at all the 4 business models, which is franchise model, where an electricity distribution franchisee would be operating the system and then having franchises on different islands. ABC model, essentially looking at anchor-based business groups and community members owning and these micro or mini grids. Of course, utility-based, which would be working closely with the provincial PLN officers and possibly also looking at an ESCO model thereof. The last but not least is, of course, village electrification community-based model where the community owns the grids and take things forward. One of the things that I want to mention on the business, how do we really select what kind of businesses would be business owners for this particular transaction? We would look at their past track record. It's really critical to have a strong risk assessment, we feel. And risk assessment, of course, would be government grid extension in the areas of operation. What are the government plans? That really is a critical component that GDTI looks at when developing these remote island electrification plans. Of course, the regulatory and policy-related risks, if there is any deployment risk, or there's a need for engaging responsible lending practices, etc., exploring governments with provincial governments for some operations, etc. Market-based risks, particularly looking at the technical risks. Is there any pronounced risk for the equipment that we are going to deploy, or the availability of similar products in the market that we are trying to deploy this? On the business entities that we look at, of course, the track record of how they are going to be deploying this. So EPC contractor side, you would be looking at their balance sheets. You'll be looking at what is the structure of their balance sheet? Are they doing? What is the asset liability mismatch? Is the DSCR in place? I mean, that was the main focus of my talk today, to talk specifically on the financial model. But I really wanted to give the context of what are the key components that could possibly become the drivers of more projects being deployed on the ground. So essentially, a pool of capital with, of course, is a no-brainer with an added component of concessionality. I also not want to miss this opportunity to mention about revolving fund facilities, which could play a very strong role. We are trying to when we are designing this fund structure, and also to back it up then with some sort of liquidity guarantee and other forms of guarantees to ensure that these projects, because one of the key components is for the project developers that confidence to go in and deploy these plants on the ground. So these are all things in making. We are trying to pull in different kind of structures to see how can we have a robust business model on the back of which. Two, the public financing can be unlocked, which is already in the making, but to make sure that it's unlocked in a way to do more. And the second one, how do we bring in more private capital? Just the last bit that I want to mention is that we are trying also to work with PDSMI to kind of see how do we make this as a strong component of the energy transition mechanism, which was signed on the back of the G20 last year. I'll stop there. Maybe I'll wait for more questions, and sorry for coming back and work on the panel itself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Fashista. So all of our panelists have speak today, and now we can move to our next agenda, is the Q&A session. So I will invite maybe the guests or participants in here if you have any questions to the panelists, since we have all of these experts joining with us today. But maybe while we wait for the guests in here, participants probably still thinking of what questions that they would like to ask. Maybe I have a few questions myself. First, maybe I wanted to ask Mr. Luki Nurrahman, if that's okay. So Mr. Luki Nurrahman, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet has become an important player when it comes to promoting clean energy transition. And among the three pillars on the GEAPP is affordable, sustainable, and reliable energy access. So my question is, what role is the GEAPP playing in bringing affordable finance to promote decentralized renewable energy to electrify remote communities? And also, if you have any such initiative in Indonesia that you would like to elaborate. Thank you.
Thanks for the question. As GEAP, we are not only contributing in terms of technical assistance, which we do in this area, we also can directly invest in transactions or projects in terms of grants or providing concessional loan. And related with the challenges that I explained earlier, one of the intervention that we plan with regard to the current ongoing diesel conversion program tenders for private developers and also for PLN is providing our loan or even grant to be blended with other financiers. So we provide blended finance for the private developers so that it can help them to smoothen the deployment of the renewable energy projects, because the challenge is, you need it's very risky projects, and hence for the private sector to come and also private developers to come, they should expect a higher return, high risk, high return. So one of the way to de-risk that is to provide more room for them so that they can get a better IRR of the projects by providing concessional loan and also if possible grants. So that's one in the project initiation. On de-risking of the development risk, we also join forces with others institutions to provide gap funding, like I mentioned. Like, of course, it's limited fund. We will provide a pool of fund, and then we will look each side by side what are really the gaps and how our capital can be deployed best so that it can, you know, smoothen the project, and it can also make the renewable energy deployment better in that sites, right? So we provide a gap in terms of, you know, gap in revenue funding, also capital expenditure, and also some helps on if you need, or the project developers need some technical assistance in terms of feasibility study or environmental study or other supports, including digitalization of the operation itself and the administration process itself, which many project developers complain, because when you invoice to the to PLN, to the National Utility Company of Indonesia, you need approval from station head, right? Each diesel power station head, and it's very tedious process because it's all manual, and then you can imagine if it's somewhere in Papua, right? For them it will take months to get approval, and we're planning to also help on digitalizing that. So that's some intervention that we plan to capital deployment in terms of grant and renewable and concessional loan in blended finance, and also viability gap funding.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luki. I feel like it's a really good opportunity that what GEAPPS provided in here. And then maybe next question is for our speaker online. I would like to address Mr. Rizky Fauzianto from the Rocky Mountain Institute. Yes. So, Mr. Rizky, Rocky Mountain Institute has been working in the area of decarbonization and helping countries in their planning and strategies to carry it out. My question in here, how can such strategies be applied in helping remote communities transition from diesel under the mandate of decarbonization? So what areas of support that can be tapped?
All right. Thank you, Aldila, for interesting questions. As I mentioned before, I mean, there are potential support from the international, like JETP and ATM, and our RMI intervention is working with that framework to help the countries in their planning and decarbonization strategy, like Indonesia, Vietnam, African countries, and other islands countries. So from all regions that RMI have worked, all have similarities where people demand equity and energy services that meet their needs. Rapidly growing communities requires affordable, sustainable, and reliable power to ensure a continued prosperity while also resilience to the climate change. So now, particular for Indonesia, actually 26% of the electricity consumption is outside of Java, Bali, and these are rural and small island grids reliant on diesels, and medium-sized island grids with mix of coal and diesels. Our e-procurements and deployment has been a bit slow across all provinces of Indonesia due to a mix of regulatory barriers and financial barriers. Also low ability to integrate the high variable renewable energy shares into the grids due to the aging grid infrastructures and also the limited skilled labor. So to help remote communities transition from diesel, RMI strategies and theory of change is designed around achieving three primary outcomes. First, the power sectors shift away from fossil-centric generation by structurally limiting reliance on coal and other fossil fuel like diesel. The second one, power sector shifts toward clean generation and efficiency, including large-scale and distributed renewable energy sources. And the third, impacts on the vulnerable communities are mitigated, and the local economies benefit from the increased infrastructure investments and also the creation of the green new jobs. So to achieve those outcomes, three outcomes, RMI applies for complementary areas of support where this can be tapped. The first one is to support the government agencies and regulators to enact an evidence-based system planning, also like policy recommendations, and also the equitable transition management. The second one is to also develop a bankable pipelines of distributed and large-scale clean energy, and also the mindset management projects. And the third one, thinking about the financial, is to mobilize of the investments for project pipelines and demonstrations of the viable business model. And cross-cutting of all those three is the capacity, the development to support the people, the capacity of the people of the strong investments and the business ecosystems, and also the supply chains for the critical technologies and project development. So those are like some areas that RMI is doing to help the countries on their decarbonization strategy for the diesel replacements. I have that answer, but unfortunately I need to leave now for some engagement here in 5 minutes from now. But thank you very much once again to Irina and Arkan and Amy for having me, and happy to discuss further offline if there's any question to RMI. But yeah, over to you, Adila.
Fauzianto, thank you so much for providing us with your valuable time for joining with us today. Thank you, sir. Okay, so I have a third questions in here. I would like to address Bapak Sofian Hanafi. In here, my question is, based on your experience, what are the key barriers in the in electricity development in disadvantaged areas in Indonesia? Jadi berdasarkan pengalaman Bapak di Kementerian Desa, Pembangunan Daerah Tertinggal dan Transmigrasi RI, apa saja Pak hambatan dari meningkatkan elektrifikasi di daerah tertinggal?
Baik, terima kasih. Hambatan-hambatan untuk kami di daerah tertinggal, terutama karena di desa-desa tertinggal jarak antar rumah itu jauh-jauh, sehingga kalau sistem dengan memakai sistem transmisi atau jaringan itu akan lebih mahal, sehingga kemungkinan kita selesaikan dengan pembangunan elektrisnya sifatnya off grid. Jadi hanya kecil-kecil untuk 5 rumah, 6 rumah. Jadi mungkin perlu pembangkitan yang dengan hasil pembangkitan cukup kecil, nggak usah besar-besar. Ya, sehingga di samping itu juga biaya murah. Terus untuk mobilisasi alat juga akan lebih mudah, karena untuk pencapaian ke lokasi desa-desa tertinggal juga cukup sulit. Sehingga harapan kita ke depan adalah alat-alat yang cukup simple, kecil, dan portable, jadi mudah dibawa. Saya rasa kendala yang utama itu. Kemudian yang kedua, teknologi yang dibawa harus sifatnya lebih sederhana, sehingga kalau ada kerusakan bisa cepat, mudah diatasi, bisa diselesaikan oleh masyarakat kampung itu sendiri. Ya, saya rasa itu Mbak Moderator ya. Jadi kami berharap ke depan itu yang akan kita kembangkan dengan teknologinya mudah, portable, karena lokasi kita rata-rata adalah off grid. Sehingga ke depan kami akan membentuk BUMDes kemitraan. Jadi kami lagi sedang menggodok dengan teman-teman Biro Perencanaan di Kementerian SDM BUMDes kemitraan, di mana BUMDes adalah lembaga ekonomi desa yang dimana dia akan mendapat pasokan dana segar dari dana desa untuk bisnis usahanya. Kita usahakan nanti dapat bermitra dengan PLN, sehingga PLN tidak perlu membangun sistem kabel jaringan yang terlalu rumit ya. Cukup simple bekerja sama dengan BUMDes, jadi mengelola yang sifatnya pembangkit-pembangkit yang sifatnya off grid tadi. Demikian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bapak. Thank you so much for the intervention. And then next we will have another questions, but unfortunately because we are running out of time now. It's already 1:30 today. Maybe if it's okay, there are still many questions that I have, and probably if the panelists here can make or can answer in just 1-minute intervention, maybe from Ms. Erwina Damajanti. My questions to you is, you've mentioned about your experience with GIZ, and then, well, in your experience with GIZ, what kind of delivery mechanism that have worked best with the remote and island communities in order to sustain operation for the programs? If you may, maybe like a very short answer to this. Thank you.
Thank you for the delivery mechanism that we think is important for mini grids, the sustainability of mini grids power plant. One is the formal institution should be established and run by the community, or informal electricity management team that has been established through national budget is strengthened. So the local institution to operate, manage, and maintain the mini grids is really vital for the sustainability of the plant. And the second one is the small businesses should be established and assisted in the rural area, so they really depend on the electricity that coming from the mini grids. I think that's the short answer from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so next question would be to Mr. Vasco Tangkulum. So again, in your experience with New Zealand Maluku access to renewable energy support, what is the competitive advantages of renewables, especially in decentralized renewables, over, for example, diesel generator in providing access to the communities?
Right, thank you for the good questions. Competitive advantages of renewable, especially decentralized renewables over diesel generator in providing access to the community is, of course, cheap. So even though it's mentioned earlier, renewable energy is relatively more expensive, but compare with other benefits, it's, I can say, considered as cheap. So that's the point. So that we need, knowing that it's relatively expensive, so that we need a good access to good financing scheme. But when we see through overall project life cycle costs, and when we build and develop a good financial model, not only financial model but technical model, considering all life cycle aspects, sustainability, we will get better project feasibility and the project more viable on this case. The second thing also contribution, of course, to the CO2 emission reduction, not to mention about fuel cost reduction and also noise reduction. That's a bit more competitive advantages that we can get. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vasco. Thank you for your short answer for today. And maybe next to Ibu Trimumpuni. Ibu, thank you so much for your unrelentless work over these last 30 years through IBECA, that you has made so huge social impacts and won recognition across the globe. So, and you also mentioned in your intervention before the importance of communities to support the transition of renewable energy. So, what are the ways in which the international community actually can support these local energy sourcing? Thank you.
I think only one very important message that can be it's okay, it's fine. I'm just afraid of you. Oh, well, creating a model that suitable to its country origin, because we cannot make everything uniform. This is the biggest issue that I found in any international agency who would like to make an intervention. Usually they all forget about the culture-wise, about the real condition of local community. So the best way is please make a model financially or model on the system that are being used to make an approach to the local community based on their culture, their origin. Last but not least, please, we have to start thinking what happen if we can have what so-called a trust fund. Because trust fund play a very important role internationally due to the unbalance of economic origin. I give you an example. There is a country which actually earns so much, and there is this big, huge disparity to the country when they cannot afford. I see very clearly in the Cocos Island, in Africa, even in Indonesia itself. So if we still using this globe as a one entity, the best thing the international institution can do is, please, you make well, trust fund that is useful, and please don't forget you give a chance and trust to the local community 2 minutes. It's not through any system that is proven that system it doesn't work. If the system is work, I'm sure since early 90s, the number of poor people without access, even though is increased, but I still see the quality is very weak. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Tri Mumpuni. Now we have one last question to our speaker online, Mr. Gulshan Fashista. Maybe just a really quick one, since we are going to wrapping up this session today. So based on your experience, which financial models are proven to be successful when it comes to electrification of last mile communities? Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, you are muted.
Can you hear me now? Right. Thanks for the question. I would keep my response brief, keeping the time in mind. Just for everybody to hear, acknowledge the work GTGI is doing. So just a broader intervention, energy-based energy sector intervention in Indonesia. We are engaging through our Green Transaction Advisory Package with the financiers and Ministry of Finance, BTSMI, to look at opening new sectors, particularly looking at how do we fund geothermal financing through BTSMI. So we've made an operational manual with BTSMI, which is approved by their board. So that becomes a baseline on assessing geothermal projects and taking them towards to actually disbursing the debt financing for these projects. Additionally, GTI is also looking at how do we open up new sectors for the big vision of Indonesia, to particularly linked to green transition in the energy space, where we're working with on proving the case for green hydrogen. Long way to go, we acknowledge, but we are working hand in hand on a few feasibility studies there now. Coming to this is in addition, of course, to the work that I mentioned in where we are working with New Zealand program. It's called REACT, where we are working with the government of Indonesia to look at policy reforms and needed policy reforms for off-grid electrification sectors. Particularly on your question of financial model, I think I would take that question more from a risk perspective, and one of the things that we need to ascertain in a financial model, beyond, of course, the financial parameters of net present values and internal rate of returns and those financial metrics is how do we bring in, or how do we quantify some of the non-financial risks in financial terms. I think it needs due diligence and a strong expertise to quantify the risks in a just manner, and not to load the financial model with numbers then which become unviable or not right in the longer term. Because remember, many of these agreements, particularly for power sector, are typically long-term agreements, and it's not easy to then negotiate once these agreements have been signed. So I think in the off-grid electrification, particularly on the on the segments which is either with PLN or either with any other anchor client, I think those factors play a key role. I don't want to get into the details of what is a liability asset mismatch, DSCR, and all those kind of financial model numbers. But I think I just want to leave one kind of brief note for everybody's consideration. Is that I think of how do you consider repayment guarantees? How does one consider credit risk, regulatory risks? How does one consider technical risks even on the, because we have noticed that for micro and mini grids particularly, not owned directly by the utility companies, there may be needs of O&M, or just looking at plants that are not functional in the long run. So those are the things that I would leave. Of course, one of the key things that community-based model off-grid electrification model needs is to come up with tariff. What are the right tariffs? So putting a number there is also an important consideration when one is looking at the business in entirety, beyond the financial model. So I'll stop there. But those are some of the key messages that I have, particularly in designing these OGE off-grid electrification micro mini grid programs. Thank you.
All of our speakers in here, who's joining us in here offline or online, already give their perspective, their experiences, and also I've already answered our questions. Although we still have a lot of questions, perhaps, maybe if you still have questions, you can contact Irina, and maybe Irina can forward these questions to our experts here. And so this is the end of this session of the workshop today. Thank you again for joining us today, Mr. and Ms. for having this dialogue today. Thank you. And I will give it back to Kamran. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This takes us to the end of this event. I want to request Ms. Andrea Fabi Misna, Director of Various Renewable Energy, Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Kamran. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. We are really in hurry in the last time because we are already behind our schedule. So I don't want to take much of your time before lunch. First of all, praise and gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for His mercy and grace, so that this afternoon we can complete the workshop ASEAN Event Series, Transitioning Remote and Island Communities to Renewable Energy. It has been a valuable forum for us to sharing knowledge and experience. And on behalf of Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, I would like to express my great appreciation to Irina and all the teams, and also the government of Canada. My special thanks also delivered to the speakers, moderators, and also for all participants who already spent their time and thought with us today. During a half day, we have discussed an interesting topic on decentralized renewable energy as a solution for remote and island communities in increasing access to modern energy, improving local economy, and enhancing welfare and local community. Thank you very much for all speakers. Even the time is very, very limited, so we cannot explore more. We hope we have another opportunity to have the dialogue and can be more interactive. With the spirit of no one left behind, we already learned some excellent experience from IRENA and ASEAN member states increasing energy access in the remote area, not only for basic needs, but also for productive use. We face some similar challenges in increasing energy access in the remote area. We realized that improving knowledge and empowering local people become a key for sustainability, besides providing a good access for financing of renewable energy. So again, thank you very much for IRENA, supported by the government of Canada, who already developed the guidebook of deploying sustainable decentralized renewable energy project. I hope this guidebook can be a guidance and inspire us to create some innovation in deploying sustainable renewable energy in the remote area. We know that every country has their own specific. So sometimes we need special approach for a group of communities to ensure the sustainability of the renewable energy project can be implemented well. Ladies and gentlemen, decentralized renewable energy need the collaboration and contribution from many parties, not just through knowledge improvement, innovative financing, business model, technology, and other innovation, we hope we can implement a good decentralized renewable energy in a remote area. I do believe through sharing knowledge and experience in this workshop can give more insight to ASEAN member states on how to strengthen and accelerate this decentralized renewable energy in their country, and especially for Indonesia. And I hope it also can contribute on reaching our target on energy transition nationally as well as regionally, which is in line with the theme of Indonesia chairmanship on ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth, where we have to ensure and secure growth with a sustainable, reliable, and also affordable energy supply. Lastly, I would like to say thank you again for all participants and their valuable contribution on this workshop. Have a good day. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.